You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle Trump pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Screen pass to Trayshawn DeAndre on the right side. He dodges Crushman, makes his way to the end zone. Touchdown! But wait a second. I think there's a flag on the play.
All right, you guys got holding on number 97, right?
Yeah, definitely holding. No touchdown.
All right, make the call.
Yeah, I mean, it was holding.
So make the call.
Or, we say the flag was for an excessive celebration so they can keep the touchdown and apply the penalty to the kickoff, huh? What do you say?
What are you talking about? I didn't see excessive celebration.
You sure? I could have sworn I saw a little nay-nay going on.
What's going on with you, man?
All right, look, guys, I got to be real with you. Trayshawn DeAndre just scored that touchdown. Okay, I have him on my fantasy team this week. I need these points.
What? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you, Bill. I'm playing against my father-in-law this week, and if he doesn't score this touchdown, I lose.
Well, I'm not going to let you make a bad call because you're in some fantasy football league.
Make the call.
Craig, no. If you make one bad call.
This works out perfectly, Bill. I started the quarterback who threw the touchdown pass. We're going to have to ignore the holding call.
I have the kicker, and I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't convert on third down, so he'd have to kick the field goal.
Armchair.
Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, we'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land, and doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit, and everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infidium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Saturday mornings, the Armchair Quarterbacks, a Southern tradition like no other. We dive into the Southeastern Conference and the Southern teams in the National Football League. We talk the betting lines, fantasy football. So join us Saturday mornings and get your football weekend started right with the Armchair Quarterbacks, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, right here on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hump Day on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Every Wednesday, Matt McGee, Dustin Waller, we come to you live, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central, to talk the world of sports. The Atlanta Braves in Major League Baseball, Tennessee Titans, and the National Football League, Southeastern Conference, and college football. We'll get you over the hump every Wednesday, kicking you right into your sports weekend. Hump Day, every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel and your local CBS affiliates.
What a marvelous moment for baseball What a marvelous moment for Atlanta and the state of Georgia. What a marvelous moment for the country and the world. And it is a great moment for all of us, and particularly for Henry Aaron, who was met at home plate not only by every member of the Braves, but by his father and mother. At 10 minutes after 9 in Atlanta, Georgia, Henry Aaron has eclipsed the mark set by Babe Ruth.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake. The former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. When the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. And somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Braves fans. The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
On a room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Breed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Your Atlanta Braves are in first place, all by their lonesome. We are set live here in Truist Park as the Atlanta Braves are ready to take on the New York Mets. Game 3 of a 3-game series that the Braves have won the first 2 games, knocking out DeGrom and Max Scherzer last night. And with that being said, we are getting ready for first pitch. It is just moments away. Let's go ahead and get into the starting lineups. Please like and subscribe. We are here every Tuesday and Friday night throughout the season. This is a special edition of Braves Country Baseball because this game is bigger than most. So we are set, and let's go ahead and get into the starting lineups for your Atlanta Braves and the New York Metropolitans. The Metropolitans, the Mets will be leading off with Nemo at center field, Lindor at shortstop, and batting second. Batting third, McNeil, and playing right field, Alonso batting cleanup, back to the cleanup position. If you notice, last night they had him batting second, and will be manning first base. Escobar is at third and batting fifth. Vogelbach is the designated hitter and batting sixth. Number 7 in the order, Kanya, and playing left field. Guillorme is back at second base and batting eighth, and McCann is behind the plate for the first time this series and batting ninth. The Braves defense spreads out like this. Eddie Rosario will be in left field, and Michael Harrison center, Acuna in right. The Braves are wearing their home whites with the red lettering and navy numerals on the back. Braves on the front of the chest and the tomahawk underneath. In the infield for your Atlanta Braves, Riley at third, Dansby at short, Arcia at second, and Matt Olson playing first. Travis d'Arnaud behind the plate. And Charlie Morton is your starting pitcher for tonight, a game that the Braves desperately need. If they win tonight, the division will be in hand. Their magic number will be 1. The scenario is this: if they win tonight, magic number for Atlanta will be 1. If the Mets win tonight, The Mets' magic number to win the division would be 3. So a huge game as they are come into this game. You couldn't be closer. 1 game separated in the standings, and the teams have faced 18 times so far this year. The Braves have won 9. The Mets have won 9. So the winner of tonight's game will have the tiebreaker. So that is what is going on tonight. The New York Metropolitans are in their road grays with the blue lettering and the orange outline, New York across the chest. We are getting ready for Sunday night baseball as they are getting ready. Home plate umpire dusting off the plate one more time. Mike Estabrook behind the plate tonight. So go ahead and play ball. It's baseball time in Braves country. The sun is starting to set in Atlanta. A beautiful night. Weather should not be a factor. Charlie Morton looks in, 9-6 on the year with a 4.29 ERA. And here's the first pitch, and it is a fastball down below the knees, called for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Top of the first inning. Brandon Nemo, who loves to work the count. The 1-0 pitch right there, knees on the outer cut of the plate. Fastball. It's 1-1. A sellout crowd here at Braves Stadium, Truist Park. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, curveball, and it's 1-2. Appreciate you stopping by and hanging out with us tonight here on Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe. The 1-2 pitch from Charlie Morton. Curveball in the dirt, taken all the way. It's 2-2. You will notice that the Mets love to work the count. And here's the pitch. Swung on, grounded to second base. Orlando RC has got it. Flips it over to first, and there's one away. Good pitch by Charlie right there in the zone and gets the first out to get the Braves rolling. That'll bring Francisco Lindor to the plate. Lindor from the left side, the switch hitter, steps in, and the first pitch is down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike one. It's 1-1. Francisco Lindor will be followed by Jeff McNeil, who's much more of a contact hitter. He does have power, but you'll notice he chokes up on the bat, preventing strikeouts. The 1-1 pitch is down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 2-1. The 2-1 on the way, swung on and banged foul. And it's 2-2. Looked like the curveball inside. Charlie Morton comes into the game 9-6 with a 4.29 ERA. 167 innings pitched, 200 strikeouts, 4th best in baseball, a 1.2 whip. Loves to work that curveball to the back foot. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball misses inside. And it's a full count. The 3-2 swung on and hit high and deep into right field, going back on the track at the wall. Just before the wall, Acuna makes the catch for a loud and high out number 2. He gave that a ride, and by Acuna's reaction at first, I thought it was going over his head, but he calmly figured out where it was heading and camped underneath it. probably had about 3 or 4 feet before the wall, but it was a skyscraper for out number 1. So that's going to bring up Jeff McNeil to the plate. McNeil steps up from the left side, and he's first pitch swinging, and he rifles that ball into right field. And there's 1 on with 2 away, and Pete Alonso coming to the plate. Jeff McNeil took that fastball on the inside part and just pulled it. Braves were in a slight shift, but not much of one because McNeil doesn't tend to pull a lot of pitches, so they were playing pretty honestly. Pete Alonso comes to the plate. Alonso, the big power hitter. First pitch is curveball down below the zone, outside the zone, and it's 1-0. Alonso batting .268, 40 home runs, 131 RBI, 5 stolen bases, and an .865 OPS. The 1-0 on the way. Curveball. Did he go around? They're going to check and say he did not. And it's 2-0 to Alonso. 40 home runs, 131 RBI. Pete Alonso, 27 years old, from Tampa, Florida. Played his college ball for the Florida Gators. The one bat you've got to make sure you do not run into in this order. Here's the 2-0. Right there at the knees, called for a strike. Nice sinker by Charlie Morton. And it's 2-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Top of the first inning, if you're just joining us. This game has enormous, almost postseason type feel to it, as the winner of this game has a very strong chance of winning the National League East, which gets you the bye. Here's the 2-1 pitch and a curveball down and low out of the zone, and it's 3-1. Charlie Morton, when he's had his struggles, it's usually been with not being able to place that curveball, and he hasn't really placed it well tonight so far. One of the things that we've talked about over the season that you notice when he's not hitting it, not placing his curveball, he's a hard time throwing it to left-handers because it'll dive in and hit him. Charlie Morton has hit 14 batters on the season. The 3-1 down below the knees, and ball 4, a free pass from Charlie Morton. And it's going to get sticky early because he's going to put 2 runners on with 2 away. And the hottest hitter in the New York Mets lineup, Eduardo Escobar, is coming to the plate. Escobar, a 725 OPS with 20 home runs, 69 RBI. He hit 340 in the month of September. That tells you how hot he has been. First pitch on the way, and a curveball right there, top of the zone. And Estabrook blew that call, calls it a ball. It's 1-0. Mike Estabrook has one of the lower grades in Major League Baseball for balls and strikes behind the plate. The 1-0 pitch swung on and banged foul towards the Braves dugout. Evens up the count at 1-1. Estabrook ranks bottom 3rd in the major leagues for balls and strikes. tends to give the East-West more than he gives the North-South. So him blowing that top of the zone call should not shock us. Charlie Morton looks into Darno. The 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on, and that one's banged fouled again. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Escobar. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. The Uncle Charlie from Uncle Charlie, strike 3. Caught looking, watching the paint dry, and we'll end the inning. So the Atlanta Braves get out of a sticky wicket. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Acuna, Dansby, and Harris coming to the dish.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. On June 11th, 1938, Johnny Vandermeer threw a no-hitter against the Boston Bees. Just 4 days later, Vandermeer threw a second no-hitter, this time against the Dodgers. To this date, Vandermeer is still the only player in baseball history to throw 2 straight no-hitters. If you guys enjoyed the video, please give it a like and follow for more.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen. By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Next to Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, the name of A.G. Spaulding is the most famous in American literature. It has been blazing forth on the cover of guides to all sorts of sports, upon bats and gloves for many years. Young America gets its knowledge of the past in the world of athletics from something that has Al Spaulding on it in big black letters. And for that reason, as much as any other, he is one of the national figures of our time. Boston Herald.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, New York Mets, all tied up at 0 as we head to the bottom of the first. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate in the first pitch swinging, and he'll be an easy fly out, can of corn to second base. Guillorme has it, and there is one away. You hate to see the Braves give away at bats like that early on. That'll bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. Dansby Swanson big couple of home runs over the weekend to get us where we are at. The first pitch on the way to Swanson is a fastball right down Main Street, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball misses way out inside, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 from Chris Bassett. He kicks and deals. Fastball right there at the knees, outer edge, and it's 1-2. First time I've done a ESPN broadcast in a while. Forgot how different and honestly terrible their product is. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and grounded foul. We'll keep it going again. It's 1-2. The week sets up like this. If the Braves win tonight, they can clinch the division tomorrow. Bryce Elder is going to the mound. They have not determined who will pitch Tuesday and Wednesday. A lot will happen. We'll have to deal with what happens tonight and tomorrow. The 1-2 pitch from Bassett on the way, misses outside, cutter well wide of the plate. It's 2-2. The Braves win. They'll only need the 1 W. If they get it tomorrow night and the game on Tuesday is not important, we will not be here on Tuesday. We'll take a few days off before the playoffs. The 2-2 pitch misses high and wide. Full count now. It's 3-2. If the game is of importance on Tuesday, we will be here. It is an early game. 6:40 first pitch. If Wednesday's game is of importance, we will be here. It is 4 p.m. Eastern. We will set up the feed and get on the microphone as soon as possible. The 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on and hit high and deep into right field, going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. A solo blast, jackpot over the wall. It's 1-0, your Atlanta Braves. Dansby Swanson coming through again. This man knows when it's October, doesn't he? It's 1-0 Atlanta. Pay the man now. Can we go ahead and get him to sign a contract there in the dugout? Dansby Swanson, 105 miles an hour off the bat, 406 happy feet into right field. And the Braves jump on top. The New York Mets defense will pan out like this. Kanya is in left, Nemo center, and McNeil in right. In the infield as the first pitch is on the way to Michael Harris, and he takes it inside for a fastball high. It's 1-0. Harris showed bunt but pulled back. Escobar, Lindor, Guillorme, and Alonso is around the horn from third to first. McCann behind the plate and Bassett on the mound. The 1-0 pitch to Harris is, he's going to say that was high, and that's another one of those pitches that Estabrook is known not to give. That was in the zone. It's 2-0. Braves batting lineup looks like this. It was Acuna and Dansby to start us off with the solo shot. Michael Harris batting third and playing center. The 2-0 pitch right there on the inner cut. It's 2-1. Riley batting cleanup tonight and playing third. Olsen, first baseman, batting fifth. Travis d'Arnaud batting sixth and playing catcher. The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled off, rifled over towards the Mets third base dugout, and evens up the count at 2-2. Marcell Ozuna is the designated hitter tonight. Rosario is in left, and Arcia, the second bagger. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled down the line. Braves 1, Mets nothing. If you're just joining us, Dansby Swanson went yard to get us going here. The other thing you have to look at, if you've been watching the series and paying attention to the Mets all year, the New York Mets have not used their dominant closer in the series yet. The 2-2 pitch swung on and rifled into center field, but right at Nemo, he drifts back and makes the catch. Hard hit ball, but the Braves are definitely getting the stick on the ball, and there's 2 away. So with that being said about Diaz, Edwin Diaz, arguably the best closer in baseball this year, not a guy you want to see while trailing. It's going to be imperative for the Braves to take their lead and keep the lead early, because as the first pitch to Riley is inside, sinker misses, it's 1-0. Edwin Diaz is known to go 2 innings when needed, and he has not been used. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and hit hard, but right at Lindor. It's a one hopper. He'll flip it over to first and get Riley by a couple of steps, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put a run on the scoreboard. It's 1-0 Atlanta. We head to the second.
I'm going to let you guys do what you guys got to do. Don't worry about me. I'm just going to go home, make a little macaroni and cheese, seal the window, and turn on the gas.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Bro, Blake, play for the love of the game, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Money should not be a thing. Yeah, man, I gotta get my money. I'm not playing unless I get mine.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Is that Shakespeare?
Nope, it's Geico.
Yeah. That's Shakespeare from one of his unpublished works. Oh, it be not for awakening. Nay, giveth thou the berries. For 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
No, it's from Geico, because they help save people money.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but Geico got it from Shakespeare.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
We were playing ball between the lines near Alexandria, Texas, when suddenly there came a scattering fire of which the three outfielders caught the brunt. The center field was hit and was captured. The left and right field managed to get back into our lines. The rebel attack was repelled without serious difficulty, but we had lost not only our center field, but the only baseball in Alexandria, Texas.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead the New York Mets. Top of the second inning, it's 1-0, and Charlie Morton will go back to work. Morton is set to face Vogelbach, Kanya, and Guillorme. Vogelbach, the big hefty left-handed designated hitter, steps in with the open stance. A dead pull hitter with a lot of power and zero speed. So anything hit on the ground, you got a good chance of getting him out. Charlie Morton looks into Darnode. He kicks and deals, and it's a curveball that misses out wide. It's 1-0. Charlie Morton, 21 pitches on the evening so far. The 1-0 pitch, curveball misses underneath, and it's 2-0. Vogelbach looks in, the 2-0 pitch on the way from Charlie. Fastball swung on and hit high and deep into right field. He has tied the ball game. Big Boy has got a hold of one, and it's 1-1. One thing you cannot do with Vogelbach is pitch him inside. Has a low batting average and a high strikeout rate, but he can pull a ball 404 feet into right field, and it's tied up with the Mets and the Braves. Morton knows that he laid one in there. Looked like they were setting him up a little bit inside, and it just drifted over the plate. Morton does not look like he's got his best stuff tonight. Snicker did say pregame, all hands on deck, so whoever's needed for this game out of the bullpen will be used. First pitch on the way to the right-handed hitting Kanya is taken for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and that ball's laced into left field, and it's a single with nobody out here in the top of the second. Charlie Morton has struggled from time to time early in ball games. It looks like this is another one of those games. It'll put the Braves in quite the pickle if they have to play in the first round of the playoffs, because the reports coming out of camp does not make it sound like Strider's going to be ready for the first playoff series. It would most likely be Max Fried, Kyle Wright, and Charlie. The first pitch on the way to Guillorme is a fastball, misses high out of the zone. It's 1-0. So with that being said, whoever they may face in would probably be the Padres if they do not win the division. They wouldn't have their best pitcher that, honestly, all year long, Spencer Strider, in the first round. The 1-0 pitch misses well outside the zone. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch swung on, and that ball is hit hard into left field, but right there is Rosario making the catch. A bullet sent his way. Good catch by Eddie, and there's one away. So that's what we're looking at tonight. Why this game is so huge, because it does not look like Strider would be available in the first round. So you'd have to get through that first round. The only good news about that is, if you play devil's advocate on that, let's say you don't win the division and you do have to play in that first round, which of course is not ideal. What you would be looking at is an opportunity for Strider to possibly be the first pitcher in the NLDS, which would probably be against the Dodgers. Here's the first pitch on the way from Morton, and it is a called strike on the outer edge to the catcher, McCann, and it's 0-1. Good sinker by Charlie on the outer part of the plate. Righty-righty matchup, a curveball, swing and a miss. He went fishing for that one, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike three, curveball, and he went way outside. That ball was so far out of the zone, Brian Snicker could have caught it in the dugout, and there's 2 away. So a big strike out there, big out number 2 by Charlie Morton. We'll flip over the batting order and bring the pesky Brandon Nimmo to the plate. Nimmo, the left-handed hitter, a lot of speed, a good bat, and loves to work the count. So he's rarely an easy out. Mark Kanya leads off of first. He has a Mark Kanya, if you're wondering, the left fielder does have 3 stolen bases this year. He's got 32 in his career, so he does have some speed. First pitch on the way to Nimmo, swung on and popped up. Will it stay in play? Bending foul out of the way. It will not, and it's 0-1. Braves 1, Mets 1. If you're just joining us, Dansby Swanson hit a solo shot in the bottom of the first to take the lead. Vogelbach tied it up in the top of the second. The 0-1 pitch on the way, swung on and hit hard into right field to Acuna, pops up and bobbles it out of his glove. The runner will stay at second, so you got runners on first and second and 2 away. What could have been a disaster, Acuna bounced back Olsen making the diving attempt over at first, nearly made a magical play over there. That ball was scalded on the ground, a worm burn that bounced off his glove once it got over there. So that'll bring Francisco Lindor to the plate. Lindor takes the first pitch for a strike. Curveball right there at the knees, and it's 0-1. Mets 1, Braves 1. Top of the second inning. Braves Country Baseball on a Sunday night edition. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Fastball pumped right by him, and it's 0-2. Braves faithful are on their feet trying to root Charlie along to get through this inning. Here's the delivery, and home plate umpire gave a very, very late time called. Lindor was asking for time, and it was in the middle of Charlie's windup. I don't think Estabrook should have given it to him. It was way too late. So he'll go back to work now. Lindor back in the box. Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and banged foul on the ground back behind home plate. And it's 0-2. You'll notice the Mets like to play the little cat and mouse game. They've been taught that by their skipper, Buck Showalter. But things like that, the home plate umpire does not have to give you time. It's up to his discretion. Normally in the middle of a windup, it's dangerous. The 0-2 pitch, swing and fouls it back. 96 miles an hour, outer edge. We'll do it again at 0-2. Runners on first and second with 2 away. This is back-to-back innings. Charlie's gotten in this mess. The 39th pitch already of the evening on the way. From the stretch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Curveball dived off the edge of the plate, and Lindor could not touch it. So that'll end the inning. But not before the Mets tie it up. We head to the bottom of the second, 1-1 in Atlanta.
Isn't that just like a wop? Brings a knife to a gunfight.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines 2 of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
My number 3 that I can't go cheap on, cereal.
Oh, yeah. There's a couple of kinds that you can do, but if you're talking about, like, don't ever try to do the generic Frosted Flakes.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like soggy before you even pour the milk on it.
It's before you even open the bag. It's soggy. You're like, how'd that happen? It came with its own liquid.
Armchair.
Baseball has fallen. Yes, the national game has become degraded. At certain match games, large amounts of money changed hands among the spectatorate. A noted New York club is said to have sold the results of a match. Barked chins and broken fingers may be easily mended, but a disfigured reputation may never be entirely repaired. Once more, abandon the bat, boys, if you cannot keep the game pure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, New York Mets, we are tied up at 1 apiece heading to the bottom of the second inning. First pitch from Bassett on the way is a curveball outside, called for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Bassett. Fastball misses wide. It's 2-0. If you haven't seen Bassett pitch, has a solid low 90s fastball, likes to mix in a lot of off-speed stuff. Will try to get you to chase as he gets ahead in the count. The 2-0 from Bassett on the way, inside, 92-mile-an-hour sinker, and it's 3-0. Standing on deck behind Olson is Travis d'Arnaud, followed by Ozuna. If anything gets going, excuse me, Eddie Rosario. The 3-0 pitch, down below the knees, just given a strike, and it's 3-1. Showing a graph, the three of the four batters that Bassett faced in the first inning. The 3-1 pitch misses out wide, ball 4, and that'll walk Olson. Three of the four batters that faced Bassett last inning, the exit velocity was about 100 miles an hour. 96, the home run, 105 by Swanson, and 103 by Harris. The only one that wasn't was the pop-up by Acuna to start the game. So that could be a good side for the Braves, but you never know. So after the 5-pitch walk, that'll bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. Travis d'Arnaud settles in, and the first pitch to d'Arnaud is a strike at the top of the zone. Looked like possibly the sinker, and it's 0-1. d'Arnaud last fall caught every single game behind home, every inning behind home plate during the Braves' magical run. The 0-1 pitch swung on, giving chase on a curveball, fouls it back, and it's 0-2. You wonder if that will be the case this year, as William Contreras has been such an integral part of the Braves' success. A lot of that might have to do with start times, day-night games in the early part of the schedule in the playoffs. They can always be a little weird first and second round now. Once you get to the championship series, the 0-2 pitch is swung on and just gets a piece of it, rifles it to the Braves' first base side, bangs it off the dugout. We'll do it again at 0-2. Once you get to the NLCS and ALCS, you pretty much have all night games. So you don't get those quick turnarounds, but you do have some of them in the early parts. And I got to imagine that this is the first year we'll really see it play out. That first series is the first, the 0-2 pitches missed down below the knee, sinker, tried to get him to chase. It's 1-2. First series starts on Friday. It'll be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, no days off, all at one ballpark, and you'll probably get some day and night games. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit into the hole towards short. Lindor will get the force out at second with ease as Olson had to hold. He thought maybe it was going to be a diving catch by Escobar, the third baseman. So he just missed it. And Olson, I don't think would have had a chance to get that anyways. Lindor was pretty quick on it and flipped it over to second base. No chance to get Travis d'Arnaud, as it was deep in the hole. But as we all know, Olson's not one of our faster runners, so he really, I don't think, really cost us anything there. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate, 1 on, 1 out. First pitch to Ozuna is a curveball way outside of the zone, and it's 1-1. Ozuna struggled all year, but has hit well of late. Now has 22 home runs, a .223 batting average, and 53 RBI. along with all the others. If they can get Ozuna's back going, this lineup could be deadly. The number 7 hitter weighs in at the 1-0 pitch, and fastball right there, about chest high, and it's 1-1. Ozuna didn't like it, but that one did look like it was a strike. He hasn't been calling a lot of high strikes, but that was definitely in the zone. The 1-1 pitch, 1 on, 1 out. Darno leads off of first. Here's the delivery right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-2. Bryce Elder on the mound tomorrow night for the Braves against the Marlins. If the Braves win tonight, that would be for a possible chance of clinching the division. If they lose, it's going to be a lot of scoreboard watching over the next few days. The 1-2. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. And there's 2 away. Marcell Ozuna chased the slider off the plate. And with 2 away and Travis d'Arnaud standing on first, that'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. So once again, if you weren't here at the beginning to lay out the scenario for you, if the Braves win tonight, their magic number is 1 to win the division. If they lose tonight, they would fall back into a tie with the Mets for first place. They have 3 games in Miami. The Mets have 3 games at home against Washington. The Mets would have the tiebreaker. Chris Bassett steps off the mound, and we'll reset here for a second. Not sure what the holdup is, but Rosario getting back into the box, and it looks like Bassett's ready to get back onto the rubber. Mets in a little bit of a shift on the infield. Here's the first pitch, swung on and missed by Rosario, came out of his shoes. 93-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 0-1. Rosario, NLCS MVP. From last year. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and bangs it foul off the home plate, rolls to the backstop, and it's 0-2. He never has really got it going this year from the eye surgery, and even when he came back, he's not really been the same. But it looks like that's who they plan to go with in left field come October. Especially against right-handers. The 0-2 pitch on the way, swung and banged it foul. We'll do it again at 0-2. So if the Braves were to lose tonight and the Mets having the tiebreaker, basically you'd be looking to have to go down and sweep the Marlins and hope Washington can take one from the Mets. Now, the good news for you, the Mets not expected to pitch any of their big 3 in that series. The 0-2 pitch swung on and hit high, but not very deep into center field. Back before the warning track, Nemo has it, and it's a fly out for out number 3. We'll head to the top of the 3rd. Braves and Mets tied at 1.
I don't know. You know, it seems like bad things are always happening to me. Like I have bad luck or something.
Son, you don't have bad luck. The reason that bad things happen to you is because you're a dumbass.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. When Mickey Mantle was a young prospect, he went to St. Louis to try out for the Browns. But because of his scrawniness and overall unimpressive physical appearance, the Browns didn't even let him on the field. Little did they know, they had just turned away one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football. So grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
People who long for the good old days before ball players got rich should have been a ball player back then. It was hard. They slept 2 to a bed often in the hotels. In fact, Rube Waddell's bunkmate required Connie Mack to put in his contract that Rube Waddell was not allowed to eat crackers in bed.
One of the crosses that Connie Mack had to bear was Rube Waddell of Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. When he went to sign Rube to his first contract, he was met at the station in Punxsutawney by all the town leaders as he and Rube were about to get on the train. And Mack was terrified that they had come to tell Rube not to sign for so little money, or they wanted to keep him for the local team. And one of them stepped forward and said, "Mr. Mack, we're here to thank you for getting him off of our hands."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, New York Mets, tied up at 1 apiece, and we are heading to the top of the 3rd inning. Jeff McNeil, Alonso, and Escobar, the heart of the New York Mets batting order, coming to the plate. Jeff McNeil 1 for 1 on the night, with a solid base hit into right center field his first time up. First pitch on the way from Charlie Morton. He'll kick and deal and fires a changeup, called for a strike on the outer edge of the plate. It's 0-1. McNeil with an .822 OPS, a .324 batting average, 7 home runs, 60 RBI. And he's got wheels. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball misses outside. It's 1-1. 41 pitches on the night for Charlie Morton. Not as big an issue as it normally is because all hands are on deck tonight out of the bullpen. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and fastball misses down below the knees. It's 2-1. Though you'd love to get a long, strong outing from Charlie, AJ Minter did not pitch last night. All your other usual suspects have only pitched at the most 2 innings over the last 2 days. The 2-1 swung on and belted high, and that ball's gone. Another curveball missing the mark, and Charlie Morton has given up the lead. It's 2-1 New York. I mean, that was a god-awful pitch. A slow curveball that was about letter high. And you better start warming out the bullpen, Snicker. Morton does not have it tonight. That ball is absolutely scalded. And if that isn't bad enough, here comes Pete Alonso to the plate. To be fair, Bassett has not really been hitting his marks yet either, but only Dansby Swanson has made him pay. First pitch on the way to Alonso is a curveball that almost hits him. Goodness gracious, way inside. It's 1-0. And this is the situation you're looking at as you get deeper and deeper into the game. Escobar in his 2 innings are lurking. The 1-0 pitch swung on, that ball slapped into left field. And the Mets have a runner on first with nobody out. Looked like possibly the sinker, but he's getting everything up, and it's just batting practice right now. Morton needing a really big game tonight has come out struggling so far. So that'll bring up Escobar. Escobar, he slaps one into left field, another single, and there's runners on first and second, nobody out. Charlie Morton not able to get anybody out so far, has given up a home run, and I mean a long one. Runners on first and second with 2 consecutive singles. And here comes Vogelbach. And you'd think they'd come out to talk to him, but it doesn't look like, well, Darnold and Dansby come out to him, but you'd think Kranitz would be motivated to get up off the bench, but they're going to go out there and try to talk to him and settle him down, but this could get out of hand really quickly. Vogelbach, who hit a home run his last time up, and it was a monster shot. Another one of those lazy curveballs in there. We're going to be staring down the barrel of a 5-1 game. Here's the first pitch on the way from Charlie, and the curveball misses well inside. It's 1-0. Mets 2, Braves 1. New York scoring a run here in the top of the third to take the lead. The 1-0 pitch, curveball, called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 1-1. The only good news is Charlie Morton tends to get better as the game goes on, but you can't really wait for him to find his footing. The pesky Mets got runners on first and second, nobody out. The 1-1 curveball right there at the knees. Mike Estabrook blew that call. Should have been a strike. It's 2-1. Braves bullpen. Not a thing going on out there right now. So this is Charlie Morton's mess. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Curveball over the top. So a big pitch here for Morton because you don't want to go full count to Vogelbach. First and second, nobody out. A 2-2 pitch. Curveball well below the knees, and ball 3, it is a full count. That ball was nowhere near the strike zone. Someone needs to, normally you're calling the bullpen to alert someone. The 3-2 pitch swung on and grounded into the hole, and it's going to trickle through the hole, and a run is going to score. The Mets lead at 3-1. Charlie Morton getting pounded here. Was not a hard hit ball. I thought Olsen was going to have a play on it, but possibly because he was holding the runner on. Take a look at it again. He was not holding the runner on there. I mean, that is shocking that one of them didn't get to that, but he got in between the first and second baseman. The other shocking thing is the Braves are normally in a shift. Where was the shift? So that will bring Kanye to the plate, and he's another dangerous bat. The first pitch to Kanye is low and outside, 95-mile-an-hour sinker. It's 1-0. Braves have finally gotten someone up in the bullpen, Jackson Stevens. Still a lot of baseball left here, but you got to stop the bleeding here. Mets lead at 3-1. The 1-0 pitch swung on and hit over a grounder over to third, and it's going to go foul. Good idea by Riley, seeing that there was no way he was going to be able to make a play at home plate, let the ball dribble by him. And luckily it did not stay fair, or that would have been a disaster. That ball just kicked foul. Riley saw it was moving foul, and good idea to let it roll by. Thankfully, did not hit the bag. They keep showing the replay, but it did not hit the bag. So we'll do it again here. Runners on the corners. Remember up there in New York, several games where the Mets were getting all the lucky dribbles and whatnot. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike two. Curveball. And it's 1-2. Standing on deck is Guillorme. If you could get a big strikeout here, you would then be set up for the double play. Vogelbach does not run well, nor does Guillorme. The 1-2 pitch swung on and popped up. It'll be a can of corn, and Matt Olson's underneath it, and a big out number one. And nobody scores. 3-1 Mets. Just got out on his front foot, and Kanye kind of leaned at it. He knew it as soon as he swung. Looked like he got him leaning with that curveball. Luis Guillorme comes to the plate. The first pitch to Guillorme is a curveball at the knees. He shows bunt, but pulls back. It's 0-1. Escobar at third has decent speed. He wouldn't be considered a burner, but he does have decent speed for an infielder. So they could put a squeeze play on. The 0-1 swing and curveball gets lined down the left field line, foul, and it's 0-2. Mets 3, Braves 1, runners on the corners, one away. An 0-2 pitch to Luis Guillorme on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and a big strikeout by Morton. Now 2 away and a chance to get out of this mess. And if he can get out of this mess with only 2 runs given up, I'll take that as a victory. But he's still got some work to do. Charlie Morton, by the way, is already up to 60 pitches. Will be at 60 pitches at this next at bat. The first pitch is swung on and grounded over to Olson. Olson's got it. He's going to have to make a heck of a play. Turns around, flips it to Morton, covering the bag. He steps his foot on the pillow, and we end the inning. So what could have been an absolute onslaught, just 2-run score. We'll head to the bottom of the third. Time to get some runs, Braves. It's 3-1 in Truist.
As you know, Monty, Vaughn's been working on a couple of new pitches, the Eliminator and the Humiliator, to complement his fastball, the Terminator. I heard that. Dynamite drop in, Monty. That broadcast school has really paid off.
Good afternoon. Would you like to try a free sample of our double fudge brownie?
Oh, sure. That's very good. I'll just take one more, just to be sure. Yep, still very good.
Some things never change, like never being able to take just one free sample. And Geico saving folks lots of money on their car insurance.
Is that macadamia nut I taste? Let me take one more.
Sir.
Yeah, I thought so.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
We got a tie. We need to fix it. We need a tiebreaker.
I agree. Ties are not acceptable in fantasy football. Fantasy football is about proving that you are better than your friends, not equally as good as your friends, okay? It's not communism. We're not coveting Billy Joel cassette tapes and wearing ill-fitting blue jeans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew, step, chew, step, chew, step, chew.
If I could change anything about basketball, it'd be to get rid of the X Games.
Armchair.
Mayhem seemed to follow John McGraw wherever he went. When he got into a fist fight with the opposing third baseman in Boston in 1894, both benches empty. Fans began brawling. Someone set the stands on fire, and the entire wooden ballpark and 170 neighborhood buildings went up in flames.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail just 3-1. We head to the bottom of the third inning. It'll be Orlando Arcia leading it off, and then the top of the order, Acuna and Swanson. Chris Bassett will go back to work, 34 pitches through his first two outings, and then a long break in between half innings here for him. The first pitch on the way is called for a strike. Sinker right down the middle. It's 0-1. Arcia with 9 home runs, 30 RBI. The 0-1 pitch. Right there at the knees. Inside, and it's 1-1. Orlando Arcia, Ronald Acuna Jr. standing on deck. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on. That ball's rifled into right field against the defense. A bit of a shift, not an over-exaggerated shift, but he put it in between first and second. Hit them where they ain't. And it's a leadoff single for your Atlanta Braves. 93-mile-an-hour sinker on the outer edge, and Arcia did a great job of not trying to do too much there. Just went with the ball. So that'll bring Acuna to the plate. Acuna, his first time out, swung at the very first pitch he saw and popped it up. The first pitch to Acuna this time is a curveball in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Time is called. Acuna steps out of the box for a second. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Acuna. Swing and bangs it off the plate. Chase the sinker just below the knees. So it's 1-1. A 1-1 count to Acuna. Runner on first, nobody out. Here's the delivery from Bassett. Kicks and deals, swung on and bangs it foul straight back to the backstop. And it's 1-2. Standing on deck, Dansby Swanson. Dansby Swanson is 1 for 1 with a home run tonight. Curveball, sinker. So far at the at bat. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and just gets a piece of it to stay alive. dribbles it foul towards the third base dugout. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way down below the knees. Curveball way outside. It's 2-2. Mets 3, Braves 1. Bottom of the third inning. Still a long way to go here, and the Braves have a chance to possibly cut into this lead here. The runner on first and nobody out. Acuna asks for time and quickly steps back into the box. So here we go. A 2-2 count. Here's the pitch. On the way and inside. Ball 3. It's 3-2. So a full count to Acuna now. I wonder if the Braves might put something on. McCann is a good defensive catcher. But would the Braves get a little creative here? Try to put some stress on the defense. The 3-2 on the way. Swing and fouls it off again. Got a full count going here. Bottom of the third inning. An enormous game between the Mets and the Braves. Winner of this game controls their destiny in the National League East division race. The winner of the NL East will have a bye in the first round. The loser will be a wild card, but will be at home, most likely against San Diego. Here's the 3-2 pitch on the way. Ball 4 outside. And Acuna Matata is going to trot down to first base. We've got runners on first and second. And the Dansby Swanson, Lieutenant Dan, coming to the plate. If you missed it earlier, Dansby Swanson has now hit 3 home runs in the last 3 nights against the Mets, all against their starting pitchers. DeGrom, Scherzer, and Bassett. So runners on first and second, and the first pitch on the way to Swanson is a curveball way outside. It's 1-0. Mets 3, Braves 1. Runners on first and second. You got decent speed at second with the Arcia, and Acuna can fly. Here's the 1-0 pitch down below the knees. Ball 2. It's 2-0. Curveball missed well out of the zone. Standing on deck is Money Mike, Michael Harris II. Braves faithful starting to get the chant going. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Ball 3, 3-0. One pitch away from juicing the bases with Michael Harris lurking on deck. And if the Braves can keep it going, you've got Austin Riley in the hole and Olsen right behind him. The heart of the Braves order, a golden opportunity to get back into this ball game. Braves faithful can feel it. Here's a 3-0 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. It's 3-1. Sinker right by him. Just could not catch up with it. Looks like he might have been looking for something a little more off speed. Just behind it. Here's the 3-1 pitch. on the way to Swanson. And swung on and hit high, but not very deep. It's playable into deep center field. Arcia is going to tag up on the play, and so does Acuna. And they both move up 90 feet. Aggressive base running by your Atlanta Braves put runners at second and third with one away. The tying runs are in scoring position. He hit it fairly deep. It went a little further than I thought it was going to go. It was before the warning track, but Nemo did not do a good job of getting his momentum going forward. So Acuna, knowing that, decided to take second and just got in there before the tag. So a base hit would tie this game. Here's Money Mike. The first pitch to Mike is a curveball in the dirt. It's getting kicked away. He can't find it. Turn it around. The runners are going to stay put. The ball never got more than about 5 feet away from home plate, but McCann was flipping out because he couldn't see the ball. I remember years ago, I saw one guy score on that. It was because literally the pitcher could not articulate to the catcher where it was, and he was turning around, and he kicked the ball towards the dugout. And the runner at third base was able to take advantage of it. The 1-0 pitch to Michael Harris on the way inside, ball 2, and it's 2-0. New York 3, Atlanta 1, bottom of the third inning. Playoff type atmosphere here at Truist Park. Here's the 2-0 pitch, curveball taken high for a strike. Good take by Michael. And it's 2-1. Swing at that, you're most likely it's going to be a can of corn. You want to at least make sure that you score that run from third. Last thing you want is a pop-up or a strikeout. Here's the 2-1 pitch, swung on and popped back. Foul, out of play, and it's 2-2. The Mets infield is playing backward. See, I notice RC is playfully pushing his old teammates. What a lot of people may not realize when they see this, he did it to Vogelbach from the defense in the last inning, and they just did it to Escobar. Vogelbach, Escobar, and Arcia were all teammates in the Milwaukee Brewers. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way to Harris. Swung on and fouled down the line. Well hit, but plenty foul into the seats, and it's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch to Harris. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and a huge strikeout. Harris unable to bring home a run. And now there's 2 away. Curveball that he could not make contact with. It's kind of a hanging curveball, but even with that being said, he was just unable to make contact. Easier said than done. So that'll bring up Austin Riley. Austin Riley 0 for 1 on the night. And the first pitch, Riley hits him. Looks like the sinker, 92 miles an hour, right there on the arm. Riley appears to be okay. Looks like it got him right where that padding normally is, so that'll load the bases. So that's good news, bad news. The good news is we load the bases. The bad news is we just want to make sure Riley's okay. That ball just tailed in, got him actually on the back of the tricep, but it does look like, if I'm seeing it correctly, he's got he has a dark padding that he's using tonight on that left arm. And it looks like it got him right there in the top part of that padding. So bases are loaded with 2 away. One of the hotter hitters for the Atlanta Braves, Matt Olson, coming to the plate. We don't need a big home run. All we really need is a base knock or even a walk, anything to drive in at least 1 run to cut into this lead. Bassett with the 58th pitch of the night on the way, kicks and deals, and it's a fastball, misses high and out of the zone. McCann tried to frame it, but it's 1-0. Matt Olson, 429 he's hit this week. Hopefully he can keep the good times rolling. The 1-0 pitch to Olson, inside, ball 2. It's 2-0. So bases are loaded, but 2 outs. They got Bassett on the ropes here. Can they take advantage of it? A 2-0 pitch to Matt Olson as Bassett looks back the runners. Here's the pitch. Ball 3, 3-0. That ball was high and inside, nowhere close to the zone. And he's 1 pitch away from hopefully walking in a run. Standing on base is Travis d'Arnaud. Braves would love to just get a freebie here and cut this lead in half. The 3-1, 3-0 on the way. Right there, top of the zone, called for a strike. It's 3-1. Look like the sinker, 2-seam sinker that he uses. Some call it a sinker, some call it a 2-seam fastball. Basically the same action. So a 3-1 pitch with the bases juice to the ice house. Here's the pitch. Ball 4. That'll walk in a run. Here comes Arcia, and the Braves trail by only 1. Big at bat by Olson there. An RBI. Mets pitching coach will go ahead and have a quick talk with Bassett. While they do that, let's go ahead and hit the scoreboard real quick. All throughout Major League Baseball, get you caught up on that, and throughout the game, we'll get you caught up on what happened in the National Football League. Orioles beat the Yankees 3-1. Aaron Judge did not go yard, so he's still sitting at 61. Mets do have a right-hander working in the bullpen as they're about to get set and get back to work here. So the score now just 3-2. Travis d'Arnaud steps in. The first pitch is a swing and a miss. Slider got him, and it's 0-1. Astros 3, Rays 1. Tampa Bay might be tanking for Cleveland. If they catch Seattle, they're going to have to go to Toronto, and I don't know which one's more difficult. They're both really good baseball teams. Pirates 7, Cardinals 5. The 0-1 right there down the middle, and it's 0-2. So whatever was said to Bassett straightened him out quickly. He's got 2 quick strikes. And d'Arnaud's now going to have to work his way out of this mess. Bases are loaded, 2 outs. Braves trail by 1. The go-ahead run on second in the name of Austin Riley. Here's the 0-2 pitch inside. Curve misses. 74-mile-an-hour curveball, and it's 1-2. Cubs 8, Reds 1. Tigers beat the Twins 5-2, and the Phillies beat the Nationals 8-1. That game was called after the 6th inning because of rain. The 1-2 pitch swung on and just got a piece of it. Good job to stay alive by Darnode, and we'll do it again at 1-2. Guardians 7, Royals 5. Marlins beat the Brewers again. The Brewers cannot get out of their own way, trying to get into the playoffs and chase down the Phillies. It's not looking good for Milwaukee now. The Giants beat the Diamondbacks in extras. Angels beat the Rangers. As the 1-2 pitch from Bassett, they're setting that glove up high. Here it goes. And that ball almost got away. Ball 2, it's 2-2. That was really close to getting to the backstop. And Acuna, with his speed, could have moonwalked across home plate. Good play by McCann. He had to leap to his feet to keep that from sailing behind him. White Sox 2, Padres 1. Rockies beat the Dodgers 4-1, and the A's beat the Mariners 10-3. The 2-2 swung on and rifled foul. We'll do it again. Chiefs lead the Bucks 7-0 in Sunday Night Football. We've got that score down below there for you, keeping it live so you don't miss anything. So bases are loaded. A 2-2 pitch to Travis Darnode. The 69th of the game. Here's the pitch, swung on and bang foul off the plate. At it again at 2-2. This game has the feeling of one that might be a relatively high-scoring game, but you'd like to tie and possibly get the lead earlier because the Mets still have that card to play. 8th and 9th inning, they can shorten this game really quick with Edwin Diaz, who has been an absolute terror. They say he has an ERA, but I've never seen him give up a run. Here's the 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball is dribbled up the hole. 1 run will score. Here comes Riley. 2 runs will score. Your Atlanta Braves lead the New York Mets 4-3 with a worm burner up the middle. Good piece of hitting by Travis Darnode, staying alive, and Atlanta back in front. Atlanta GA, baby. It was a curveball about knee high, and the Mets, it's a little strange. So if you look at where the defense was, the Mets were playing the left side of the infield, a direct pull. But then there was a huge gap in between Lindor and the second base, Guillorme, who was drifting a little closer towards first, and that's where Darnode put it. And that's going to do it for Bassett. They're going to go grab him. We'll go ahead and take a break. When we come back, runners on the corners, 2 away, and Ozuna coming to the plate.
I understand that we're not friends anymore. Okay, look, man, you brought this on yourself. I know I did, but that's no reason for me to suffer.
Make contact. A collective psychosis is sweeping the nation. We're in the thick of the haze craze, and Elysian is introducing an altered state of IPA. Contact Haze is a tangled chemistry of mild haze, low bitterness, and an explosion of hop aroma. This hazy IPA bursts with notes of bright raspberry, currant, citrus, guava, and passion fruit. Available in 6-pack cans in stores. And Make contact.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Why did Robin Ventura charge the mound against Nolan Ryan? Robin Ventura getting beaten by Nolan Ryan in a headlock is absolutely iconic. But why did Ventura think it was a good idea to go after Ryan? Pudge Rodriguez has gone on record saying that the White Sox and Rangers had bad blood for years, even as recently as the previous series between the two teams. The inning before the fight, White Sox pitcher Alex Fernandez plunked Ranger outfielder Juan Gonzalez. When Nolan Ryan got on the mound, he retaliated by hitting Robin Ventura. Ventura felt that it was intentional, so he decided to go for it. After the game, Nolan Ryan claimed innocence, saying, "I didn't expect that to happen. I was just trying to pitch him inside." Ventura, on the other hand, felt it was 100% intentional, saying, "If you don't think he did it on purpose, you don't know the game. I'm all right. He gave me a couple noogies, but that was about it."
New York writers were determined to make Christy Mathewson the best pitcher, the pitcher hero of all time. And in that sense, they were tended to ignore Walter Johnson. They couldn't do this because Walter Johnson surpassed Mathewson in so many ways. If Walter Johnson were pitching for a team that had the winning percentage of Mathewson's Giants, there would have been no contest.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Waiting for the pitching change. And it's going to be May out of the pen. The first pitch from May is a slider, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Marcell Ozuna is staying in as the Braves designated hitter. Didn't know if they might go to a pinch hitter role. Probably more likely if there would have been less than 2 outs. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss straight down Main Street. 96 miles an hour, about letter high. And it's 1-1. Braves 4, Mets 3, bottom of the third inning. And the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Ozuna cannot catch up to that fastball. And it's a good one. Trevor May with a 5.56 ERA, battling injury this year, but 22 innings pitched and 27 strikeouts. Now, he has been a little inconsistent this year, but at one point, Trevor May was one of the better setup men in baseball. The 1-2 pitch, fastball misses way outside. It's 2-2. You'd like to see Ozuna shorten up his swing a little bit, give him a chance to maybe even choke up a little bit, because a base hit would equal a run. The runner on third, you'd love to get another run tacked onto this 1-run lead. Long way to go in this one. This feels like a marathon tonight. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and popped up. Can of corn over towards first base. Underneath it is Alonso. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Atlanta Braves put 3 on the board. They take the lead. We'll be back in a flash. It's 4-3 in Atlanta.
Nice wallet.
Wallet. What?
Nobody carries wallets anymore. I mean, they went out with powdered wigs. Here's what you need. Just a couple of cards and your bankroll. See? Keep the big bills on the outside.
It's a 5.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. If you don't have cable, you're going to be forced to like read or something, man. You got to get cable and fast.
Yeah. I mean, it's been rough.
What city did you just move to, Wilbanks?
Houston.
With somebody listening, if anybody's in Houston, please call in. We need to get Wilbanks some cable so he can watch the game tomorrow. Let's start the Santa party.
Or at least do the man a solid and leave your windows open so that he can peek in at the Super Bowl.
The strange guy outside your house watching the game, he's with us. Don't worry.
Armchair.
In 1878, more than 8 million bats were sold in the United States, and players often rode to the ball field in painted carriages, singing team songs. Men who were crazy about baseball were called bugs and cranks.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead 4-3 after trailing 3-1. Great comeback inning, answer back inning. They knocked Bassett out of the game. Charlie Morton will go back to work, and hopefully he can give a better performance than he's given so far. So far, Charlie Morton has been hit hard. 3 innings pitched, 8 hits, 3 runs, couple of jacks, 3 earned runs, a walk, and 4 strikeouts. He's set to face the top of the order. Bullpen is warming up, righty and lefty. More on that in a moment. Olsen asking for a reset, so he steps off the rubber for 1 second. The first pitch is on the way. Curveball. And it's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on and banged foul, and it's 0-2. That's YouTube audio that's making it. I appreciate you letting me know. We just have to adjust it whenever it comes in hot like that. The 0-2 pitch from Charlie on the way. Curveball right there at the knee, strike 3. And there's 1 out. I hope that fixed it. Please let me know if the audio is still too loud. Braves 4, Mets 3. Top of the 4th inning. Francisco Lindor comes to the plate, and it's a curveball right there at the knees. And it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back. And it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and banged down towards shortstop. Dansby's got it. He'll fire it over to first. And there's 2 away. Charlie Morton hopefully getting things straightened out. As I just checked it, I think we got the audio straightened out. We do apologize. YouTube does that to us from time to time. It just kind of kicks it up loud, and we have to mute everything, and we can usually fix it. But you can hear it a lot better on my end than I can. So that will bring up McNeil. McNeil has a home run. The first pitch is a fastball. And when you talk about pitching around a hitter that just gave a home run to, he threw a fastball way out of the zone, and it was like pitch out length. One of those classic just a bit outside, and it's 1-0. The 1-0. Curveball in the dirt, and it's 2-0. Jeff McNeil, 2 for 2 with a single and a home run. He took a hanging curveball and shot it to the moon last time up. Standing on deck is the dangerous bat of Alonso, so you'd like to make this a quick shutdown inning. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 2-1. Josh, I appreciate you letting us know about the audio. I think that's what you're say what, Josh, I think is what it says. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on and banged foul off the plate. It's 2-2. So down 2-0, coming way back to 2-2. Braves lead the Mets by 1 on the scoreboard and 1 in the standings. The first time the Braves have been in first place all year long by their lonesome. Other than a brief few hours when they took a half-game lead, but the Mets finished out their game against Oakland. The 2-2 pitch swung on and banged over towards second base. RC has got it, flips it over to first. A 4-3 putout will end the inning. So a 1-2-3 inning will send the Braves to the bottom of the fourth, leading by 1. Rosario, Arcia, and Acuna on the way.
Are you ready to eat?
Oh, right. Let's go. It's time to eat. We're going to dinner.
Dinner? Well, what time is it?
It's 4:30.
4:30. Who eats dinner at 4:30?
We got to catch the early bird. It's only between 4:30 and 6.
Yeah, they give you a tenderloin, a salad, and a baked potato for $4.95. You know what that costs you after 6?
We eat at a decent hour. I'll treat, okay?
You're not buying us dinner.
I'm not force-feeding myself a steak at 4:30 to save a couple bucks. I'll tell you that.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1995, a contest was held to name a future Arizona baseball team. The name Diamondbacks won, but there were some other choices. The Arizona Diamondbacks were almost the Rattlers, Scorpions, Phoenixes, or Coyotes. Big Sexy Bartolo Colon is a very fondly remembered player. When he hit a home run against the Padres in 2016, he actually set a record. He became the oldest player to hit his first career home run at 42 years old. Melky Cabrera, in 2012, after getting suspended for high testosterone levels, he made a fake website to try and challenge his suspension. He argued that this phony website he created had given him banned substances without his knowledge. Unsurprisingly, the plan didn't work.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Companies of every kind promoted baseball for their workers. Management believed it encouraged teamwork, provided a healthy way to fill spare time that might otherwise be devoted to labor agitation, and taught immigrant workers how to be real Americans. Nearly every industry had a league: railroads, steel, electricity, coal and iron, textiles, meat packing, automobiles, and thousands of workers came out for factory games on the weekends.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the New York Mets 4-3. And May will go back to work against the Atlanta Braves. The first pitch is right there for a strike, about letter high on the inner cut of the plate, and it's 0-1. Eddie Rosario, 0 for 1 on the night. The 0-1 pitch to Eddie, swung on and missed, chased the breaking ball out of the zone, well out of the zone. Changeup got him fishing, and it's 0-2. Atlanta Braves, as we head to October, we were here last year. Braves trying to defend their crown. Defending World Series champion Atlanta Braves, the 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again at 0-2. I don't know how many of y'all had the opportunity to get to Atlanta this year to see the stadium and see everything, but it really, really neat what they've done with the place and adding to it all the World Series memorabilia. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and popped up, be a can of corn over towards third base. Escobar drifts back on the shallow part of the infield, and there's one away. So one away, and Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. Arcia's 1 for 1 with a run scored, and the first pitch to Arcia is a slider at the knees, and it's 0-1. Mets already dumping out their top guys in their bullpen. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 down below the knees. And it's 1-2. He's gone slider, changeup. May came out firing bullets when he first came out of the pen, but has gone more off speed here. The 1-2 fastball swung on and fouled back. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is Ronald Acuna Jr. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-2. The 2-2 swung on and just gets a piece of it, bangs it foul. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves 4, Mets 2. Bottom of the fourth, the 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Change up, chased it out of the zone, and there's 2 away. So that'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna has walked and scored a run. He's 0 for 1 on the night. The first pitch to Acuna is a fastball swung on and fouled back 96 miles an hour, challenging him in the top of the zone. The 0-1 right there, misses it just off the plate. It's 1-1. Fastball slider to start off the at bat. The 1-1 pitch, swing and fouls it down the line. It's 1-2. Atlanta 4, Mets 3. May working a lot slower than his predecessor. The 2-2 pitch right there, taking a fastball 97 miles an hour. right on the outer edge of the plate, and Acuna got froze on it. So that'll end the inning. A 1-2-3 inning. We'll head to the top of the fifth. The Braves lead by 1.
Coming out of retirement
Whoa,
for this
whoa,
one.
whoa, what?
Yeah.
Buddy, I don't know who you are. You're about to get chlamydia.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Billy Wagner is possibly the best left-handed reliever of all time. Despite being a lefty, Wagner was born a natural righty. At the age of 7, he broke his right arm not once, but twice. While recovering, Billy learned to throw left-handed, and the rest is history. You might think that the St. Louis Cardinals are named after the bird, but that's not the case. In 1899, a reporter named Willie McHale overheard a woman talking about the, at the time, St. Louis Perfectos uniforms, saying that they were a lovely shade of cardinal. Fans liked the moniker Cardinals, and the name stuck.
Armchair.
Washington manager Joe Cantillon had received a report about a 19-year-old pitcher said to be tearing up the Idaho State League. This boy throws so fast you can't see him, the scout said, and he knows where he is throwing because if he didn't, there would be dead bodies all over Idaho. Walter Perry Johnson was a modest country boy from Humboldt, Kansas, with broad shoulders, long arms, and a curious motion that delivered the ball faster than any other pitcher had before him, and perhaps none has since. Still, he was cautious. Before signing up, he asked for a return ticket home, just in case things didn't work out back east. Things did work out. Johnson hurled the ball so fast that one batter left the box after 2 swings. The umpire told him he had a 3rd swing coming. "I know," he said, "and you can have the next one. It won't do me any good." "There's only one way to time Johnson's fastball," said Bertie McCree. "When you see the arm start forward, swing." Another batter simply shook his head. "You can't hit what you can't see."
In the words of the umpire, Billy Evans, said, "Was it hard to call a game that Walter Johnson was pitching?" And he said, "Well, it wasn't really that hard. They wouldn't second guess me because not only were my eyes closed, their eyes were closed too."
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-3. We head to the top of the 5th inning, and Charlie Morton will go back out there to face Alonso, Escobar, and Vogelbach. Charlie Morton, not one of his better outings, but trying to gut it through. And the first pitch on the way from Charlie is a fastball top of the zone. Good pitch by Charlie, 94 miles an hour, letter high, and it's 0-1. Alonso is 1 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. Dangerous, power hitting right-handed bat. 2-time home run derby champion. The 0-1 pitch swung on. That ball is hit high and deep into right field, going back on the track at the wall. Making the catch is Acuna. That ball was absolutely shot put into right field, but Acuna had enough room, and there's one away. I thought that was at least going off the wall when it first came off the bat. So that'll bring Escobar to the plate. Escobar, the New York Mets, arguably one of the hottest hitters in baseball in September, hit 340 with an OPS near 1,000. The first pitch on the way to Escobar is a curveball down below the knees. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Charlie. Uncle Charlie gets him swinging at the Uncle Charlie. It's 1-1. Starting him off with curveball to start the at bat. Braves 4, Mets 3, top of the 5th inning. The 1-1 way outside, wide. It's 2-1. Changeup missed way out of the zone. The 2-1 from Morton. He swings, kicks, and deals. Misses outside curveball, and it's 3-1. Standing on deck is Vogelbach. Not a guy you want to face with a runner on. The 3-1. Curveball right there at the knees, taken all the way by Escobar. It's 3-2. The 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball's going to get dumped into left field, down for a hit. A 1-out single by Escobar, and Vogelbach, who is already 2 for 2 on the night with a home run and 2 RBIs, comes to the dish. And that will do it for Morton. They're going to bring in Dylan Lee to face Vogelbach, see if there's a counter move. Normally, they don't have Shoney's big boy face lefties. We'll be back in a flash. The Braves lead it by 1. The Mets got something cooking.
Here's my problem with cats. Best case scenario, you get the smartest cat in the world. He still craps in your house. I'll tell you what, Kitty. Instead of getting a cat, why don't we all just stop flushing?
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I was a natural-born kicker, bent upon making trouble for others. I had an instinctive dislike both to study and work, and I shirked them whenever the opportunity offered. Cap Anson.
His real name was Adrian Constantine Anson, but those who cheered him for 27 years knew him first as Baby, then as Cap, and finally as Pop. He was the greatest player of his century. Anson played every position but pitcher for the Philadelphia Athletics, then joined Spalding's Chicago White Stockings and became first baseman and captain. He batted over 300 for 20 consecutive seasons, drove in 1,700 runs, and was the first man ever to accumulate 3,000 hits. Chicago fans loved Anson, but his players did not. He was too stern a taskmaster for that, imposing bed checks, levying $100 fines for beer drinking, insisting they report for a new early season workout he called spring training. Cap Anson was the symbol, one writer said, of all that was strong and good in baseball.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Alvarez, the rookie, is coming in for Vogelbach. Francisco Alvarez swings at the first pitch, and it's a fouled off strike. It's 0-1. Dylan Lee comes into the game. Lee, the good inning of work last night. The 0-1 pitch from Lee. 1 on and 1 out. Swing and a miss. Slider down below the knees. It's 0-2. Alvarez is the number 1 prospect, according to MLB Pipeline. Built like a brick house. He's a catcher by trait. 27 home runs this year. The 0-2 pitch swung on and popped up. It's going to get out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Francisco Alvarez, just 20 years old. Bright future for the Mets with the hind catcher. Not familiar with his defense. He has not been behind the plate in this series, and I haven't had a chance to dive into what his defense is. The 0-2 pitch down below the knees, and it's 1-2. But he does have a compact swing. He's had several at bats in this series. Might be the answer to the Mets' woes behind the plate. The 1-2 from Lee. Down below the knees, slider in the dirt. It's 2-2. Standing on deck is the right-handed Kanya. And then Guillorme. Braves 4, Mets 3, top of the 5th inning. The 2-2 from Lee. Looks back the runner at first, kicks and deals, and swung on and fouled back. He just missed that. That ball went straight back. He's got a big smile on his face. He knows he almost blasted that one. It's 2-2. Anytime you see a ball go straight back to the backstop, you know the batter just missed it. I think there's a better indication when the batter's got a huge grin on his face, like, man, I just missed that one. The 2-2 pitch. Slider in the dirt, ball 3. He is not chasing after that slider after seeing it the first time. Lee keeps trying to throw it down below the knees, but he is not biting. So now you've worked the count full to a dangerous right-handed power hitter. Braves lead by just 1. Dylan Lee, who's kind of been up and down all year, but does have a 2.2 ERA. Francisco Alvarez steps out of the box for a second. Lee leans in, straightens up, ball in the glove. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And he went to the well one more time, could not lay off that slider. Little better slider that time. It did fall out of the zone, but it stayed in it so much longer. And there's a big out number 2 in the top of the 5th. So not only do you get Vogelbach out of the game, but you get Alvarez swinging. That'll bring Mark Kanya to the plate. The first pitch by Kanya is banged foul. Slider up a little bit in the zone, probably a little higher than Lee wants it. It's 0-1. Standing on deck is Guillorme. In the hole, the catcher, Brian McCann. I'm sorry, James McCann. I think I just said Brian McCann. That's an old Braves fan for you. Couldn't get B-Mac out of the head. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Lee. Swung on and grounded over towards first. Olson's got it. He'll step on the pillow and we'll end the inning. So the Mets put one on but fail to score. It'll be Dansby, Harris, or Riley coming to the plate.
Started training mixed martial arts, MMA, some people call it UFC. You do UFC. UFC is an organization. MMA, mixed martial arts, is a sport. That's like saying you do NBA, you do Golden State Warrior. Anyway.
Today, we're going to talk about the career of Mickey Mantle. In almost 2 decades, he compiled a lifetime OPS plus of 172. This puts him 7th best all time. He won the league home run title 4 times and the league slugging title 4 times. He hit 300 or better in 10 seasons. He was a 20-time All-Star, had 3 MVPs, won 1 batting title, 1 Triple Crown, and also won a Gold Glove in his 18-year career. He played in 12 World Series during a 14-year stretch. Mantle would help the Yankees win 7 titles in his career. He is the only switch hitter to hit 50 home runs, and he did it twice. The 1951 World Series, Mantle would trip over an exposed drainage pipe while attempting to catch a fly ball. In 1969, it was determined that Mantle had played all of those years with a torn ACL in his knee without having it repaired. Mantle finished his career with a .298 batting average, 536 home runs, 1,509 RBIs. He scored 1,676 runs and had 2,415 hits.
Alexander stormed into the majors in 1911, striking out 227 men for the Philadelphia Phillies in his very first season. He would win 30 or more games 3 seasons in a row. He pitched 4 one-hitters in 1915 and 90 shutouts during his long career. He was utterly businesslike on the mound, throwing an arsenal of pitches with pinpoint accuracy. Game after game, he'd pitch in an hour and a half, a teammate recalled. No fussing around, no stalling, no wasted motion. Even the men he struck out so consistently liked it. Between games, he was modest, good-humored, and kept mostly to himself. But then he began to drink.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the New York Mets 4-3. And we will head to the bottom of the fifth inning, and it looks like Seth Lugo is going to come into the game. Seth Lugo ready to face Dansby Swanson. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way is a curveball at the knees, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Lugo, 3-2 with a 3.57 ERA, 61 appearances, 63 innings pitched, a 1.19 whip. The 0-1 pitch swung on and banged foul off of McCann. He goes down. I think he's okay. He just has to shake off the cobwebs a little bit. Looked like the ball might have ricocheted off his helmet. I guess the Dolphins would say it might be a slight back injury. Dansby Swanson, if you're just joining us, hit a solo shot earlier and then got a sacrifice fly into deep center field to move up the eventual tying runs his last time out. So you had an 0-2 pitch on the way and swung on and banged foul. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Curveball just misses below the knees, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 swung on and hit hard on the ground to third. Escobar's got it, turns and fires it over to first. Making the catch is Alonso. A 5-3 put out, and there's one away. Good defensive play by Escobar. Ball came out of the heel of his glove a little bit, but he did a great job of rebounding and not allowing the ball to come out all the way. So that's going to bring Michael Harris to the plate. Michael Harris takes the first pitch for a strike on the outer edge of the plate, curveball, and it's 1-1. The 0-1 to Michael, curveball misses outside, and it evens up the count at 1-1. Standing on deck is Riley. Matt Olson is in the hole. The 1-1 in the dirt, curveball, and it's taken for a ball. It's 2-1. Harris had to step out of the box for a second to get some kind of dirt or something out of his eye, but he's set back. We're ready. The 2-1 pitch, curveball right there. They've gone curveball, curveball, curveball to the rookie, and it's 2-2. The 2-2. Fastball swung on and dribbled up the middle. It's deflected off the leg of the pitcher, but making the play at second is Guillorme as the ball went right to Guillorme, and it's a 4-3 put out. Ball got hit up the middle. It went off his glove. If he doesn't have that ball ricochet off his glove, Lindor was there to get it up the middle. Would have been a fairly tough play, but he probably would have gotten him anyway. So that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley hit by pitch and a run scored. 0-for-1 on the night. The first pitch to Riley is well off the plate wide, and it's 1-0. The 1-0, way off the plate. It's 2-0. I do believe in my heart of hearts, we are looking at the NLCS preview. If the Braves win the division, I still like the Mets to get past the Dodgers. The 2-0 pitch, swung on and miss, curveball in the dirt, and it's 2-1. I think the Mets have better starting pitching, and that'll be a big factor in a 5-game series against the Dodgers. Walker Buehler's out for the season. Tony Gonsolin has come back to earth. They've had a couple of other injuries. The 2-1, swung on and missed. Sinker chased it out of the zone, and it's 2-2. Seth Lugo trying to have a shutdown inning here. Braves lead it by just 1. They need some insurance. Here's the 2-2 pitch, outside wide. It's 3-2. You'd like to get a little cushion before. Undoubtedly, Edwin Diaz is coming in for 2 innings. I guarantee it tonight. The only way he doesn't is if the game is a blowout one way or the other. The 3-2. Swing and hit hard over to short, but right at Lindor. He fires it across the diamond, and the ball sailed a little bit, but Alonso makes the play, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We head to the 6th. The Braves lead by 1.
House cat flu is coming, people. The Center for Disease Disinformation predicts with some degree of probability that the house cat flu might spread in the following hypothetical outbreak pattern: mild thirst, occasional hunger, tiredness at night.
Are you pro or con against the bat flip? Just overall celebration.
I'm right there in the middle. I'm not going to take either side. I'm more against it, I guess. But if a pitcher is going to be out there dancing and running his mouth, and you get a home run off him, I'm completely okay with a bat flip. Screw you, buddy.
Well, I for one want to get a Papelbon jersey because anyone that chokes out Bryce Harper, right? I am Team Papelbon.
Armchair.
I hear these fools on TV talking about defund the police and things like that. We need police reform and prison reform and things like that. So that notion they keep saying that, I'm like, wait a minute, we just gonna leave, who are black people supposed to call? Ghostbusters when we have crime in our neighborhoods?
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there. Pulling no punches, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
The local paper did a 50-year anniversary thing, and there was a reprint of a game that he had played in 1892, and it said Watts. His name was Fred Watts, shortstop, and he had 2 hits. And I thought, my grandfather played baseball in 1892. So it's part of existence. It's part of our heritage.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-3. Much better game than Sunday Night Football. That game is blowout. It's 21-3. They just scored a touchdown. It's 21-10, Kansas City. We head to the top of the 6th, and the first pitch from Dylan Lee to Guillorme is a ball taken high. It's 1-0. Guillorme, McCann, Nemo are set to come to the plate in this inning. The 1-0 slider right there for a strike. It's 1-1. You look at the way it's set up here. You got lefty, righty, lefty, switch, lefty. Be curious to see if the Braves stick with Dylan Lee the entire time in this inning. The 1-1 swing and fouls it down the line. It's 1-2. Huge game most folks already know this, but we'll do it one more time. If the Braves win, their magic number to win the division is 1, as they would have the tiebreaker and a 2-game lead with 3 to play. If the Mets win, their magic number is 3. The 1-2 pitch right there for a strike. Caught him looking. He was looking for the local and got the express on the inside track, and there's 1 away. Good pitch by Lee. So the Mets, if they were to win, have a little more work to do, but would control their own destiny. This game is enormous for both, because if the Braves win, you get the inside track, and then you can start setting your pitching up. So all hands on deck for both teams. It's like a playoff game. Here's the first pitch on the way, and a curveball down below taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Saw a podcast the other day was asking, it was a Braves podcast asking the other day why they didn't set this up for the last series of the season. It would have been a better idea. Not the Braves going to the Miami and Washington playing the Mets. This was the last series of the season. The 1-0 pitch misses outside wide. It's 2-0. This would have been the final day of the season, but the lockout pushed the opening series of the season to tomorrow. So the season was supposed to start with the Mets hosting the Nationals and the Braves at the Marlins. The 2-0 from Lee. Fastball misses high and outside the zone. It's 2-0. James McCann batting 188 on the year, and Lee can't find the zone on him. It's 3-0. The 3-0 pitch on the way. Fastball right there on the outer edge. It's 3-1. Standing on deck is Nemo. Got to figure McCann, who does have some pop in his bat, is going to be sitting dead red. And if he doesn't get the pitch he likes, he's going to try to get a walk. The 3-1 swing and hits it high and deep down the right field line, bending just foul. McCann came about, let's call it 15 to 20 feet from tying this game up. Dylan Lee knows he got away with one. It's 3-2. Braves fan got the souvenir and probably a sigh of relief at the same time. He scorched that ball. It was a fastball on the outer edge. If it was straight, it's at least off the wall, if not over it. The 3-2 on the way, swung on and grounded over to third. Riley's got it. He'll fire across the diamond. Olsen gets pulled off the bag, but tags McCann in the chest as he tries to slide into first, and there's 2 away. A little bit of an errant throw by Riley, but Olsen knew that he had time, so he didn't worry about stretching. McCann ran right into the tag, tried to slide feet first into the bag at the last second, trying to avoid the tag. Pretty good reaction by McCann, honestly. He almost found a way to get it. Olsen might have got him in the face a little bit, and he gave him kind of a sportsman's apology as he got up. The first pitch on the way to Nemo is a fastball, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Brandon Nemo is 1 for 3 on the night. He does have 14 home runs from the leadoff position. A pesky left-handed hitter, the 1-0 pitch. Fastball right there. Belt high, and it's 1-1. Braves would love to end it here. Lindor stands on deck. McNeil in the hole. Alonso would follow. Dylan Lee hopes he doesn't face any of them. The 1-1. Fastball misses high and inside. It's 2-1. 91 mile an hour four-seam fastball. The 2-1. Fastball high and out of the zone, 3-1. So now wheels are turning because you got a 3-1 count to the leadoff hitter and Francisco Lindor on deck, who's a switch hitter and can definitely go yard with speed as well. The 3-1. Fastball taken all the way. Nemo was trying to work himself on via the walk. It's 3-2. He went to grab the bat like he was going to toss it like that was a walk. I mean, that ball was right there all the way. Helen Keller's calling that a strike. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back. Short swing by Nemo, just trying to stay alive. We'll do it again. Tense moment here in Truist Park. A full count in front of a full house. Braves lead it by only 1 run. Dylan Lee, the lefty, battling the lefty Nemo. He leans in. Gets the sign from Darnode. Kicks and deals, and slider misses down below the knees, and that's ball 4. Nemo taking all the way. Works himself on the tying run, now on first. And that'll do it for Lee. Brian Snickers coming out to pull him. We'll head to the pen. When we come back, the Braves heading to the bullpen. Most likely it is Colin McHugh.
Gas prices are so high that I just saw Dolly Parton carpooling with Jolene.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. At Fenway Park, which is the home of the Boston Red Sox, there is a lone red seat in the right field bleachers. The seat signifies the longest home run ever hit in the ballpark. The home run was hit by Ted Williams in 1946 and was officially measured at 502 feet.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
I've made more money than I ever expected to, but I'm putting all of it and more too into the new plant for the Brooklyn fans. Of course, it's one thing to have a fine ball club and win a pennant, but to my mind, there's something more important than that about a ball club. I believe the fans should be taken care of. A club should provide a suitable home for its patrons. This home should be in a location that's healthy, it should be safe, and it should be convenient. Charles Hercules Ebbets.
My father used to talk about the building of Ebbets Field. He was 11 years old when they started building Ebbets Field, and he somehow remembered what the hopes were for that whole area of Brooklyn, because he lived right near there, that they would have their own stadium nearby. And he said he used to go by every day and watch another piece of it being put together. So when he first took me there, it was like showing me something that was part of his own history, not just a stadium somewhere else.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 4-3. Colin McHugh is coming into the game. And the first pitch from Colin McHugh versus Francisco Lindor from the left side is swung on, rifled down the right field line. Thankfully foul, and it's 0-1. Francisco Lindor for 3 on the night, but a dangerous bat. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Big strike 2. The slow slider got him, and it's 0-2. Braves are now in the shift. Riley is in deep second, shallow right field. Swanson's by his lonesome on the left side of the infield. Anything close to third base is going to be at least a double. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And Colin McHugh yaks him. That'll end the inning. Colin McHugh, one of our biggest guys in the biggest moment, gets a big K. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Let's get some runs, Braves country. Atlanta leads it 4-3.
Okay, you guys, look, I know this is none of my business, but I have to ask, what's Sheldon's deal?
What do you mean deal?
You know, like, what's his deal? Is it girls, guys, sock puppets?
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Saturday mornings, the Armchair Quarterbacks, a Southern tradition like no other. We dive into the Southeastern Conference and the Southern teams in the National Football League. We talk the betting lines, fantasy football. So join us Saturday mornings and get your football weekend started right with the Armchair Quarterbacks, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, right here on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Baseball has these absolutely unique sounds. The sounds of spring, summer, drift out across the fields. You know, the sound of the ball against the bat is absolutely extraordinary. I don't know any American male that doesn't hear that in the springtime and get called back to some moment in the past or summer days in the past.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead just 4-3. And Seth Lugo is back out there. And the first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is called for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Lugo is fastball, outer edge, called for a strike. It's 1-1. We're sitting here in the bottom of the 6th. If you look ahead, if you really wanted to get aggressive in your Showalter, is the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep, going back. That's light tower power. Holy Toledo, a 1-run shot makes it a 2-run lead. Your Atlanta Braves 5-3. 410 happy feet, 108 miles an hour off the bat. And Mr. Olson, the Ice House, comes through again. He absolutely hung that pitch. I'm going to double check it. Yes, it was. I thought it was the curveball. I knew it was either a curveball or a really slow slider. And it was about belt high, and he did not miss it. So Atlanta leads at 5-3. The first pitch on the way to Riley is called for a strike, top of the zone, and it's 0-1. So what I was saying is, if you wanted to get aggressive in your Buck Showalter, knowing that you can use Diaz for 2 innings, the 0-1 pitch banged off the plate, it's 0-2. This inning, to get an extra run or so, is so important because with the Mets looking at not wanting the Braves to score in the 7th or 8th so they have a chance to tie it in the 7th, 8th, and 9th, they could bring in Diaz next inning to try to close out the 7th and 8th. The 0-2 pitch down below the knees, and it's 1-2. Now, you would run into the issue of, say, if it gets tied or you get the lead, you probably couldn't run Diaz out there for a 3rd inning. Who would you have close? But they've got plenty of guys in their bullpen. They could just try to piece it together. The 1-2 right there, called for a strike, taken all the way. Travis d'Arnaud caught looking, and there's one away. d'Arnaud never got the bat off his shoulders. Got him with the sinker. I don't know if he was looking for wanting to sit on that curveball as well, but regardless, there's one away. Marcell Ozuna will now come up to the plate. Ozuna oh for 2 on the night, and the first pitch is a sinker, misses inside, and it's 1-0. 93 miles an hour on the inner cut. The 1-0 curveball swung on, taken for a strike, and it's 1-1. That slow curveball, the same one that Olsen took yard. The 1-1 slider right there at the knees, and it's 1-2. Braves 5, Mets 3. The 1-2 from Lugo just misses the black on the outer edge, and it's 2-2. Gutsy take by Ozuna there. He could have easily been rung up by home plate umpire Estabrook. I think I failed to mention this before. Barrett is your first base umpire, Lentz second, and Dreckman is the third base. The 2-2 in the dirt, ball 3. Did he go around? They said he did not. Full count to the Big Bear. Braves lead at 5-3. In what feels like a must-win game for the National League East Division title. The 3-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Ozuna strikes out swinging. Nasty 94-mile-an-hour sinker right on the outer edge of the plate. Probably would have been called for a strike anyways. Couldn't take it, and there's 2 away. That'll bring Rosario to the plate. Really like to see Rosario to get going. Rosario batting .213 on the year, 5 home runs, 23 RBI. Battled through injuries. First pitch to Rosario swung on, and it is a dribbler down the line. Lugo has to leap off the mound, turns, fires, flips it over to first, and just gets Rosario by about a step, and that'll end the inning. But out before, Matt Olson extends the lead. Atlanta leads it 5-3.
What happened to you? She tried to kill me. Who? Connie. What did she do? I don't know, but I woke up in the Hudson River in a sack.
Today we are discussing the career of George Brett. He is most known for the Pine Tar game that occurred on July 24th, 1983. He twice collected 4 hits in a postseason game. Even more impressive, he batted .370 in the World Series against the St. Louis Cardinals. This included his Game 7 4-for-5 performance. Overall, in the postseason, he batted .337 with a 1.023 OPS in 43 games. In 1980, he nearly became the first player to hit 400 since Ted Williams in 1941. On September 19th, with 13 games left, he went 2 for 4, raising his average to exactly 400. He won the American League MVP award in 1980. He finished with a 300 or better average in 11 of his 21 seasons. Over his 21-year career, he batted .305 with 317 home runs and 1,596 RBI. He had 3,154 hits and had a career WAR of 88.6. He was a 13-time All-Star, won 1 Gold Glove, and won 6 Silver Sluggers. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1999 with 98.2% of the vote.
It certainly was a kind of have and have not thing. The baseball players were very expendable. If you got hurt, you were gone. There was no pension or anything else like that. And they saw people making money hand over fist. The owners in Comiskey's case, he owned the ballpark. He bottled his own soda in the basement. He was making a nickel on everything that went, that moved in that ballpark. And there they were, they were nicknamed the Black Sox even before they threw the World Series, because one year he started charging them for laundering their uniforms. And they went on strike by saying, okay, then we won't launder them. And they got dirtier and dirtier and dirtier until the sports writers called them the Black Sox. And then, in fact, Comiskey said, okay, I'll launder your uniforms. And then he took it out of their World Series bonus.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 5-3 as we head to the top of the 7th inning. Colin McHugh will go. No, it'll be Raciel Iglesias, excuse me. McHugh just came in for the one at batter. I'm a little surprised by that. Iglesias is coming in for the top of the 7th inning. We'll see how I would think what they're going to do is they're going to go Iglesias, Minter, and then Jansen. Minter did not pitch last night. About time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch is taken for a strike right there at the knees to Jeff McNeil, and it's 0-1. Jeff McNeil 2 for 3 with the home run. On this date in 1988, Addy Josh threw the second perfect game in the history of Major League Baseball. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees, called for a strike. It's 0-2, 96 miles an hour. The Cleveland Naps, as they were known back then, later the Indians and now the Guardians, beat the Chicago White Sox that day, 1-0. The 0-2 pitch swung on and just got a piece of it. Stay alive, 95 outer edge. It's 0-2. On this date in 1920, the only triple header ever in Major League Baseball in the modern era, the Reds take 2 of 3 from the Pirates. The 0-2 pitch swung on and just goes foul towards first base. We'll do it again at 0-2. Reds win the first 2 games. Pittsburgh wins the final. Pete Harrison, listen to this, was the home plate umpire for all 3 games. I don't think the umpires union would allow that nowadays in a triple header. Iglesias looks in on the 0-2 and fastball. Did he go around? He did not. Third base umpire Dreckman says, and it's 1-2. On this date in 1947, Yogi Berra hits the first ever pinch hit home run in the World Series in a game that the Yankees would eventually lose to the Dodgers 9-8. It's hard to believe the game was so much different back then. You just didn't pinch hit as much. McNeil calls for time, steps out of the box for a second. Iglesias looks in. And the 1-2 pitch is swung on and dumped into left field, a slap and Judy hit in between short and third, and the Mets got something cooking here in the top of the seventh. Looked like it was the changeup, and it just did not fall, did not have the break that it normally has. It was going to the outside, and McNeil went with it. And the punch and Judy hitter gets himself a single. The tying run comes to the plate of Pete Alonso. Alonso steps to the plate. First pitch is down below the knees. It's 1-0. Alonso 1 for 2 on the night. Finishing up that turn back time on this date in 1961. As Iglesias looks into d'Arnaud, swung on and hit foul over the first base dugout into the second deck. And it's 1-1. AJ Minter, the left-hander, is warming up in the pen. Big at bat here. The 1-1 swung on and hit high, but playable into shallow right center field. Arcia drifts back and makes the catch. And there's one away. Big out there. Get the power hitting Alonso out of the way. But Escobar will come to the plate. Escobar's already had a couple of big hits in this series. The switch hitting infielder playing third base tonight. Routinely hits between 20-25 home runs a year. He stands in, and the first pitch, swing and a miss. Changeup dives off of the plate, and it's 0-1. Escobar 2 for 3 tonight with 2 singles. On this date, 1961, the New York Mets announced that Casey Stengel is coming out of retirement, the ex-Yankees manager, as Escobar asked for time, to become the first manager of the brand new expansion team, the New York Metropolitans, to be nicknamed the Mets, starting play in 1962. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, it's 1-1. Change up, outer edge to start the at bat. Casey Stengel would famously say in 1962, when the Mets had one of the worst records in the history of baseball, the 1-1 pitch swung on and popped up over into left center field. Underneath it is Michael Harris making the catch. And there's now 2 away. Big inning in this game. You can understand why they went to Iglesias early, because you got the heart of the Mets order. So that's going to bring up the rookie. Seems to always come up in a big spot here. I want him to get out of town before he gets his first major league home run. First pitch on the way is swung on, and it's a soft liner to second. Arcia's got it, and we're out of the inning as he flips it to first. A 4-3 put out. If you're scoring it at home, we'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch, Braves country. It's 5-3 in Truist Park.
All right. Can't see you. Let me hear you. All right.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sue. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the
name. Told the umpire he was wrong all along. Good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song. Me out to the ball game. The boys, me out to the ground. I want to matter. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. If we don't win it today, forever.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast tonight as the Braves lead it 5-3 heading to the bottom of the 7th inning. And the Atlanta Braves will have the bottom of the order coming to the plate. Due up in this inning, it'll be Orlando Arcia, and then we will flip it over to Acuna and Swanson at the top of the order. So another golden opportunity. But Drew Smith, the hard-throwing right-hander, who we've only seen a little bit of so far in this series, is coming into the game, so it's not going to be an easy feat to get any runs on this young kid. You got to figure after this, it's going to be Diaz one way or the other in the 8th, pitching into the 9th, unless the Braves can break it wide open. So an important inning to try to tack on another insurance run or two here in the bottom of the 7th. Looking ahead to that 8th inning, depending on how they want to play it, they'll either bring Iglesias out to start it, but most likely Minter will come in for the top of the 8th, excuse me. They're waiting for a couple more practice tosses as you get a little bigger break on the bottom of the 7th, and it's even larger when it's a national televised game like this one. Drew Smith comes into the game, a 3.43 ERA, 44 innings. And the first pitch to Arcia, it'll be a righty-righty matchup, is a slider off the plate trying to get him to chase. It's 1-0. Orlando Arcia, 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored. The 1-0. Slider off the plate again. That might have been the changeup, and it's 2-0. Both of them around 84 miles an hour. His fastball will tail up to mid to high 90s. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, 95 miles an hour, right down the pipe. Letter high, and it's 2-1. The Braves can complete this sweep. They will have done it against the New York Mets' top 3 pitchers. A huge feat that would be. The 2-1 swung on and fouled down the line. 4-seam fastball, 95 miles an hour, and it's 2-2. Standing on deck is Ronald Acuna Jr. The 2-2. On the way. Smith kicks and deals, swing, and fouls it back. Looked like the slider that time. High in the zone. We'll do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch inside just misses. Nasty changeup, but it was a front door changeup that backed up Arcia off the plate. Reminiscent of Maddox. The 3-2 pitch swung on. That ball is hammered into left field. It's going to get down, but foul. Oh, my word. I thought that was going to stay fair. Just could not get it straight. It would have been extra bases for sure. See how far it missed. Maybe 3 feet left of the foul line in left field. It bounced and leaped into the seats. And with that spin that he put on it, no doubt it would have done the same even if it was fair. We would have had a leadoff double. Instead, it's a 3-2 pitch. That ball swung on, and it's roasted up the middle for a leadoff single, so we'll take it. We get things going here in the bottom of the 7th. One on, nobody out. And Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. In case you're wondering about bullpen for the Mets, Smith would have to face Acuna and Swanson, and then they could go into their bullpen again. You've got to face the minimum 3. A rule that was implemented by Major League Baseball just a couple of years ago. The first pitch on the way to Acuna, and he hammers it foul into the Mets dugout near the camera well, and it's 0-1. Braves 5, Mets 3. Acuna asked for time after Smith was taking a little bit of time to get set. Acuna needed time to reset. Now they're both ready. The 0-1 pitch on the way. And fastball swung on and fouls it back 96 miles an hour. And it's 0-2. Runner on first and nobody out. An 0-2 count. To Acuna, Orlando Arcia on first. Here's the 0-2 pitch swung on and missed 97 miles an hour, pumped right by him on the outer edge, and there's one away. Hard throwing Smith. Drew Smith, by the way, if you're not familiar with him, (29 years old, 3.27 lifetime ERA out of Fort Worth, Texas, was drafted by the Tigers in the 2015 draft. The first pitch on the way to Swanson is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Went to Dallas Baptist. Pretty sure he was on one of those World Series run teams in college. The 1-0 pitch swung on and missed just over the top of it, pulled the string, and it's 1-1. So he started him off with a couple of soft pitches, 86 and 87, change up and slider. Seems like he's been pitching backwards, and then he pumps up the heat towards the end. The 1-1 to Swanson. On the way, right there at the knees. Nasty slider, outer part of the plate, and it's 1-2. It's got to be hard to deal with a guy who can bring it 96, 97 miles an hour and then pull the string, the slider at the knees on the outer edge. The 1-2, change up in the dirt. McCann jumps in front of it, prevents it from getting to the backstop and getting away. So our Seals stay put. The 2-2 pitch to Swanson, off the plate, wide, ball 3. It's 3-2. So you got a full count to Dansby Swanson. Michael Harris stands on deck. If they can keep it going, Riley and Olsen to follow. So a big part in the game here for the Braves, chance to tack on a run. The 3-2. Whoa! Ball 4. Fastball almost was thrown over the catcher. He had to leap up to make the catch, and that'll put runners on first and second with one out, and Buck Showalter's coming to the mound, and that'll do it for Smith. So they're going to go in and grab the lefty out of the pen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Usually when somebody invites me over to their house and I drive by and see more than 3 cars, I just usually go on home because I kind of feel like it could be an intervention.
MLB teams are required to apply a small dab of mud to the 13 dozen baseballs used during a standard MLB game. Every team has been muddying baseballs since the 1950s, and they've used only one special type of mud, magic mud, found on the Delaware River in New Jersey, that provides the perfect grip. That mud has been harvested by one family for nearly 80 years. The mud takes 6 weeks to harvest and process. And the best part, only the Bentliff family knows the exact location of the magic mud.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. On Clayton Kershaw's first start of the season, he threw 7 perfect innings before being pulled by manager Dave Roberts. It was the first time in MLB history that a starter was pulled from a perfect game after 7 innings while throwing 80 or fewer pitches. I mentioned that Joey Votto had never popped up to the pitcher over his entire career. But on April 7th, Votto swung at an up-and-in fastball and popped up to the pitcher for the very first time. Nico Horner didn't hit a home run in 2020 or 2021. Corbin Burns didn't allow an extra base hit on a slider at all in 2021. But the first homer of 2022 was by Nico Horner off of Corbin Burns' slider.
Soldiers played ball in camps and on battleships, on fields in Flanders, and in hastily constructed ballparks throughout France. Grover Cleveland Alexander served in the trenches with an artillery unit and emerged from the fighting shell-shocked, his hearing damaged, drinking more heavily than ever to forget the horrors he had seen. Though Branch Rickey was 36 and had 4 children, he went to war too, became a major, and commanded a unit that included Captains Ty Cobb and Christy Mathewson. Cobb and Mathewson did not get to France until after the shooting stopped. But during a drill, Mathewson was exposed to poison gas that fatally seared his lungs. He would live for 7 more years, but his great career was over.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it by a score of 5-3. We are in the bottom of the bottom of the 7th with 1 away. Jolie Rodriguez is coming into the game. The left-hander has a 4.66 ERA, a 1.39 whip, lefty-lefty matchup. He's a lefty specialist set to face Michael Harris. And the first pitch is called for a strike there at the knees. It's 0-1. Michael Harris and then Riley. So he won't be out of the woods just by getting the lefty. Big part in the game, the 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide, it's 1-1. Of course, Harris with his speed is really tough to double up. The hope is Rodriguez will have to face Riley. The 1-1 swung on and missed, chased a sinker way in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Jolie Rodriguez, long left-handed wingspan, kind of comes at you almost from the dugout. It's hard for lefties to pick up on him, but righties usually hit him fairly decent. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, strike 3. And Harris is down on strikes in 4 pitches. And here comes Austin Riley. The other interesting thing you could do in this situation, though it's not conventional, is you could pitch around or walk Riley to get to the left-handed Olson, but Olson has been on fire recently. Can't imagine that would be the best scenario. The first pitch to Riley is a changeup at the knees, and it's 0-1. Austin Riley 0 for 2 on the night. Hasn't done a whole lot recently, but did have a big home run over the weekend against the Mets. The 0-1 pitch down below, almost in the area of maybe getting him on the back leg, but it hit the dirt, and it's 1-1. Braves 5, Mets 3, bottom of the 7th inning. Braves trying to tack on an extra run as they know there is a very good chance you're seeing Edwin Diaz the next 2 innings, if necessary. The 1-1. Fastball just misses the top of the zone, does not get the outer edge call, and it's 2-1. 2-1 pitch. Runners on first and second. 2 away. Here's the pitch and swung on and grounded over to third. Escobar will easily make the grab, tag third base, and that'll end the inning. With the Braves lead at 5-3, we head to the top of the 8th. AJ Minter set to come in.
If you were a bird, where would you fly? I'd fly to my favorite place, the DMV.
I was just going to say that.
Bet you haven't heard a peep out of you.
If I was a bird, I'd fly into a ceiling fan.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Michael Conforto's mother is an Olympic gold medalist. Tracy Ruiz Conforto was a synchronized swimmer in the 80s and won 2 gold medals in the Olympics along with a silver medal. Tracy was inducted into the International Swimming Hall of Fame in 1993, the same year that Michael Conforto was born.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Over the years, Brooklyn would be represented by many teams with many names. The Atlantics and Excelsiors, the Bridegrooms, Bushwicks and Superbas, the Tip Tops, after the baker of Tip Top bread who owned them for a time, the Robins, after their manager Wilbert Robinson, the Trolley Dodgers, and finally, just the Dodgers.
The story of the Brooklyn Dodgers is the story of one of the 5 boroughs in New York. Brooklyn was an independent city to itself until 1898. It was one of the great cities. It was a city with a population bigger than Chicago. But because of the subway, because of the bridges, because of the water and electric facilities, the state forced Brooklyn into the city of New York in 1898. And Brooklyn didn't want to be in the city of New York. New York had the tall buildings and this, that, and the other, and the railroad stations and Broadway. Brooklyn was just, they call it the bedroom of New York. But the one thing that they had in Brooklyn was a baseball club called the Dodgers. And the whole borough of Brooklyn centered its love and attention on the Dodgers and used the Dodgers against the tall buildings of Manhattan.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 5-3. We head to the top of the 8th inning in a big clash between the Mets and the Braves. AJ Minter will come into the game with a 2.12 ERA. 68 innings pitched this year. AJ Minter (92 strikeouts in 73 appearances, a .88 whip. He is set to face Kanya to lead off the inning, and then Guillorme and McCann. First pitch on the way from Minter is a fastball, outer edge, just misses off the plate. It's 1-0. Kanya hits left-handed pitching really well. It's one of the reasons why he was brought in the offseason. Had started as more of a platoon in left field, but now plays almost regularly. The 1-0 pitch swung on, and that ball is hit right down the line past a diving Olsen, and Acuna bobbles the ball. It's going to allow, actually, when he bobbled the ball, Kanya started to run towards second, turned around. The throw came in a little wide of first, so he'll dive back into first base. And it's a leadoff single for the Mets. Braves were playing Kanya to pull, so Olsen had a long way to go. Well, they've changed everything the way it used to be, but back years ago, you never would have seen the first baseman play that far off the line in the late innings with the lead. You would normally be playing the line to prevent extra bases, and that would have been an out. That'll bring Mark Vientos to the plate. He's pinch hitting for Guillermo. So righty-righty matchup, and the first pitch on the way is a fastball, misses outside, and it's 1-0. Vientos batting 138 on the year, only 29 at bats, though. So a small sample size. 22-year-old rookie. The 1-0 pitch right there for a strike. Cutter top of the zone, and it's 1-1. Vientos from Plantation, Florida, went to American Heritage High School down there. The 1-1 pitch. One on, nobody out. Here's the delivery, and outside ball 2-0. Minter's been missing that outer edge fastball to start the inning here. But the cutter, he has been placing fairly well. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Cutter on the inner part of the plate, and it's 2-2. Vientos was way out in front of that. He was getting ready for that 97, and that 90 got him off balance. So you got 2-2 count. One on, nobody out. The 2-2 fastball misses high and out of the zone. It's 3-2. Sure why he keeps going to that fastball. He's getting a lot of success with that cutter. So a full count and nobody out. Top of the 8th inning. Braves lead by only 2. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Cutter right there below the knees. And there's one away. Braves 5 outs away from controlling their destiny in the National League East. Going for a 5th division in a row. For you younger fans out there, remember the Braves won 14 in a row in the early 90s all the way into the early 2000s. The difference is most of those years, there wasn't much of a race. The Braves would win that division by 20 games. It would be over by essentially August. Minter flips it over to first to keep the runner close by. Really was just more of a show me pickoff move. So Thomas Nido is coming in to pinch hit. Remember, he hit a home run earlier in the series. The first pitch to Nido is a fastball that was the changeup, way out of the zone. Travis d'Arnaud had to leap to keep that from going to the backstop. It's 1-0. When it's all said and done, you want to make sure you have a lead going into the ninth. But if the Mets cut into this in any way, it's huge because you can play the ninth inning so much differently. The 1-0 pitch. Cutter right there at the knees, outer edge. It's 1-1. Minter's not really hitting his pitches, so even that pitch, a good cutter at the knees on the outer edge, Darno was set up on the inside. He had to backhand that. So hopefully he calms down a little bit. I'm sure Minter's heart's racing 100 miles an hour, though he's been here plenty of times. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded up the middle. Arcia's got it. It's going to be a 4-6-3 double play to get us out of the inning. So how about that? We head to the bottom of the eighth, 3 outs away from our 5th consecutive NL East title-ish. We'd still take it. It would still need a magic number of 1, but it would feel like we have won it.
You think you have it bad right now? Well, here's a little perspective. Caitlin from Instagram is super tired from leg day.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1979, the Yankees introduced a mascot named Dandy. He was a pinstriped bird with a Yankees hat and a mustache. 3 years after Dandy was created, the Yankees decided to discontinue the mascot and destroyed the costume with an industrial shredder. Tom Brady initially retired on February 1st before unretiring 40 days later on March 13th. Carlos Beltran was briefly the Mets manager from November 1st, 2019 before stepping down 76 days later on January 16th. This means that Carlos Beltran was the Mets manager longer than Tom Brady was retired.
September 6, 1918. Far different from any incident that has ever occurred in the history of baseball was the great moment of the first World Series game between the Chicago Cubs and the Boston Red Sox. As the crowd of 19,274 spectators stood up to take the afternoon yawn, the band broke forth to the strains of the Star-Spangled Banner as the ball players turned quickly about and faced the music. And when the final notes came, a great volume of melody rolled across the field. The onlookers exploded into thunderous applause.
The wartime crowd sang so enthusiastically that the performance was repeated at every game of the series. From then on, the song was an integral part of the national pastime. It did not become the official national anthem until 1931. The Red Sox won the World Series that year, beating the Chicago Cubs 4-2. One of the series' stars was the young pitcher Babe Ruth, who had won both his starts, including a masterful 1-0 shutout. It was Boston's 4th World Championship in the decade.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the Mets 5-3. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Matt Olson will face Joely Rodriguez, and then we'll see how they play it from there. Matt Olson, lefty-lefty matchup. Talked about how difficult Rodriguez is on lefties. Travis d'Arnaud and Ozuna, 2 right-handers, are on tap. d'Arnaud on deck and Ozuna in the hole. So Showalter could go to the bullpen and possibly go to Diaz. I've seen walking around in the bullpen out there. The first pitch on the way to Olson is inside, but called for a strike, an inside strike. It's 0-1. Nasty sinker, 92 miles an hour right there at the kneecaps. The 0-1. Slider misses outside. It's 1-1. If you're just joining us, Matt Olson is 1 for 1 with 2 walks and an absolute monster shot into the chop house. The 1-1, swing and a miss. And it's 1-2. Sinker on the outer edge of the plate. The Braves have had 2 home runs tonight. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees, just off the edge, and it's 2-2. Dansby Swanson hit his 25th in the first inning off of Bassett. And Olson hit his 33rd in the 6th off of Seth Lugo. The 2-2 down below the knees, ball 3. His changeup really looks more like almost like a curveball. Funky release. I'm amazed his ERA is as high as it is. The 3-2 pitch. Sinker, top of the zone, called for a strike. Olson caught looking. I think he was looking for that outer edge off-speed pitch and got froze by the top of the zone. That'll bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. Travis d'Arnaud is 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Going to a mound visit, and I believe they are going to make the change, and this is what I thought it was going to be. It looks like it's Edwin Diaz. It is coming to the mound. We'll take a really quick break. He's going to take some warm-up tosses as Diaz comes in for what they hope is a 5-pitch outing. We hope it's a 2-out outing. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball. Join the Armchair Quarterback Show for its 9th season. And this year, we're doing it all in one show. Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. We'll be talking college football, the SEC, the Big Ten, other big games of the day. We'll be diving into the National Football League, focusing on the Southern football teams and all the big matchups throughout the land. And doing it while covering the point spreads, the over-unders, the prop bets, fantasy football. We'll tell you who to start and who to sit. And everybody's favorite, the stupid underdog picks. We'll cover Major League Baseball all the way through October and beyond. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings on Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves. Travis d'Arnaud steps in against Diaz. Edwin Diaz enters the game. The shiny 1.35 ERA. The first pitch is swung on and lifted into center field, and it's a swing and 1 pitch out to put d'Arnaud down 2 away in the bottom of the 8th. Diaz, 1.35 ERA, 60 innings pitched. And in those 60 inning pitches, this is why he's so dominant. 116 strikeouts. And here's some funny stuff going on. William Contreras is coming in to pinch hit for Ozuna. And while they're doing is the first pitch is a fastball right there at the knees. Might have been the slider. Yeah, it was the slider. It's 0-1. Diaz has that trumpet song that he normally comes into Mets games for. Contreras does the same. So I feel like they did this on purpose. The 0-1 pitch, fastball right there at the edge, 0-2 to William Contreras. So Contreras comes up to the plate and they play that same trumpet song, and they're kind of mocking Diaz. You got to love the fans. The 0-2 pitch swung on and missed strike 3, and Diaz is probably saying to Contreras, that's my song. You're down on 3 strikes. We'll head to the top of the 9th inning. You got to love baseball. The Braves lead it by 2, and the top of the order for the Mets is coming to the plate.
We can't Urban Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
2 teams dominated the 90s, the Boston Beaneaters and the Baltimore Orioles. Boston, led by Billy Hamilton and Hugh Duffy, pioneered what would be called the inside game. But the Orioles perfected it. Sacrifice bunts, squeeze plays, double steals. They fought and struggled for every run. In an era of dirty baseball, the Orioles delighted in being the dirtiest. The Orioles were one of the greatest teams ever assembled. Dan Bruthers, the broad-shouldered first baseman, was the greatest power hitter of the 1880s, bettering 314 seasons. Wee Willie Keeler in right field was the game's preeminent place hitter. Asked for the secret of his success, he answered, keep your eye clear and hit them where they ain't. He once managed at least 1 hit in 44 consecutive games. The shortstop was Huey Jennings, known for his distinctive yell as E-ya. In 1896, he hit .401, stole 70 bases, and set a record in his specialty. He managed to get hit by pitched balls 49 times. Between seasons, he practiced long.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 5-3. Hold everything. Cross everything. The Mets order, where they're at the top of the order, and Kenley Jansen is coming in. We always know it's a roller coaster. As long as he gets the save, I don't care how we do it tonight. Guillermo Heredia is coming into left field. So he comes in for defensive substitution for Rosario. So it'll look like this in the outfield. Heredia, Harris, and Acuna. Infield stays the same. And the first at bat will be Brandon Nimmo, who is a pesky leadoff hitter for the Mets. And the first pitch on the way from Jansen, cutter right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Thankfully, Jansen has a 2-run lead. Doesn't feel like he has to tiptoe. Notice he's leaned more on that cutter than anything else. He's had much better success. The 0-1 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. He's gone cutter the first 2 pitches. 1 high in the zone, 1 low in the zone. Kenley Jansen digs in. And he'll shimmy and shake, head to the plate, swing and bunt swing. Kind of a check swing, bunt swing, goes foul, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way from Jansen. Darnold set up way outside. Here's the delivery and swung on and dribbled up the middle. Swanson's got it, fires it over to first, and that's out number one. The ball kind of did a late hop on Swanson. Great job of reacting and almost ate him up. Wouldn't that have been a disaster? Hard hit ball that dribbled up the middle and just kind of ate up Swanson, kind of picked up speed as it came along, almost like that hurricane that just blew through here. Swanson did a great job of staying with it, got Nemo by about a step, who runs well, obviously, for a center fielder. That'll bring Francisco Lindor to the plate. Lindor, 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts, but the $300 million man is always a pain to get out. And the first pitch is a swinging strike, fouls it off the plate. It's 0-1. Jansen went with the cutter on the inner part of the plate. Braves 5, Mets 3. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit to first. Two hopper to Olsen. He's got it. Steps on the pillow, and we're 1 out away, Braves country. Seems too good to be true, so keep everything crossed. Atlanta, if they can get one more out here, the magic number will be 1 with 3 to play. Atlanta goes to Miami for 3. The Mets are at home against Washington for 3. Why this game is so important. This series was so important. The Mets were to come back and win, their magic number would be 3 with 3 to play. So that brings Jeff McNeil to the plate, and McNeil, first pitch swung on and hit hard and high and deep into right field, but Acuña's got it. He pumps his fist. Out number 3, the Atlanta Braves sweep the New York Mets. And our magic number to win the division is 1, baby. Celebrate, Braves country. We haven't done it yet, but we did it, if you know what I mean. Can't wait to hear from all those folks that said we were dead back on May 31st going into June 1st when it was a 10.5 game lead. Remember the New York radio talk show host, I can't remember his name. It went viral because he was calling the division over. And now the Braves lead by 2 games, and we've got the tiebreaker on the Mets. We win the season series 10 games to 9 after the Mets had a commanding lead on it. Our magic number is 1. The Braves shocked the Mets, and I think the baseball world. You want to have fun, watch all the talking heads tomorrow morning, because they're going to be absolutely flabbergasted that are your Atlanta Braves. And oh, by the way, the defending World Series champion Atlanta Braves that everyone tends to forget about are 1 game away from getting a bye, which means we hopefully will have Strider. We get some rest for the boys. Bryce Elder's at it tomorrow. If the game is necessary, meaning we would have to lose tomorrow and the Mets would have to win tomorrow, then we will be back here Tuesday night. If not, if the game is not necessary, we're going to take the day off and get ready for the playoffs, as I kind of owe it to my family. Well, my wife happily stepped aside and let me do a couple of extra broadcasts here. And hopefully the Braves can lock it up tomorrow. We don't have to sweat out Tuesday. But if it's necessary, we'll be here. If Wednesday is necessary, the game starts at 4. I don't get off for my day job till about 6-ish. So I'm going to be running in here probably around the 7th or 8th inning, but I'll have the feed up. I just won't be able to do any play-by-play unless something breaks my way. But if it's important, we will be here for the Braves broadcast. And the Atlanta Braves, your Atlanta Braves, are 1 game away. 1 game away. 1 win away. The magic number is 1. How about this tonight? in a sold-out crowd, obviously, the Atlanta Braves. Dylan Lee gets the win. He's 5-1 now. Charlie Morton only went 4 1/3 inning, so was not eligible for the win, but he gutted through. He gave up 3 runs, but it could have been a lot worse. I circled this at the time, and I'm glad I did. I'm coming back to it. If you were here for the whole broadcast, do you remember in the top of the 3rd inning when the Mets scored the 2 runs to go up 3-1? And if you remember, the bases, there were runners on the corners, nobody out, and a dribbler goes down the third base line and Riley lets it go and it barely kicks foul. If that ball hits the base, this is probably a disaster or a lot scarier. Instead, Morton somehow gets out of that unscathed. When you go back to that 3rd inning and what happened there to get out, Kanya had a weak pop up over to second base. Then he strikes out Guillorme, and then McCann grounds out to it was a 3-1 putout. What an incredible game by the Braves, an incredible series, incredible season by the Braves, and they're 1 win away. And I think they're way too professional to celebrate quite yet. So I think we will get it done. But like I said, if it's needed, we'll be here Tuesday. If it's needed, we'll be here Wednesday. If not, we'll see you game 1 of the playoffs. The Atlanta Braves, 1 step away from a bye. Have a great night, y'all. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake. The former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. And somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
Time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.